Chapter 765. The 8 Rising Cloud Temple had always been the most prosperous place within 10 miles of the capital. On the day of the Human Triumph Day, there were countless believers who came to the temple early in the morning to offer incense, and in the afternoon, it was still packed with people. The carriage stopped at the foot of the mountain. Yushu and the others walked up the mountain and did not stand out among the crowd. After entering the mountain gate, they lined up in front of the merit box. Finally, it was their turn. Yushu donated the silver Zhao Hui gave her in exchange for a handful of incense and candles from the Taoist child. Protected by Jing Qin and Zhao Xiaozhu, they squeezed into the 3 Pristines temple to burn incense. They had to line up to donate money, to burn incense and kowtow, and to line up to pray for blessings. Yushu and the others were like ordinary pilgrims. They did what they had to do. In the end, when the sun was about to set, they passed through the temple and went to the backyard. In such a large Taoist temple, there must be a place for the guests to rest. Many foreigners came to offer incense to the temple despite the long journey. They could not leave at night, so as long as they donated some incense money, they could stay for the night. Before Yunhua went into seclusion, he was once a frequent visitor of Ascending Cloud Temple. According to him, the old temple master was a Taoist expert. He once discussed Taoism with him for 3 days and 3 nights and was convinced by him. Hence, they became friends despite the difference in age. The reason why they chose to meet here was that Yunhua was clear about the secret passage in this Taoist temple, and it was convenient for him to escape. It was a pity that the old temple master passed away many years ago. The current temple master, Taoist Qingyun, was his junior. In Yushu's impression, the new temple master was a black-hearted person. A few months ago, Zhu Qingjue asked her to help as a lobbyist. The reason was that old Lady Yao of the Duke Jing's mansion had a nightmare. After that, her precious great-grandson, young Master Yao, fell ill. Taoist Qingyun came and pointed out a way to prolong his life. It sounded unreliable to use the blood of 6 relatives to make elixirs. 1 elixir cost 100 taels of gold. Zhao Xiaozhu stopped a Taoist priest who was passing by in a hurry. She gave him an ingot of silver and said a few nice words. The priest took them to the guest room. Jing Chen could not help but frown when he saw the man in the Taoist robe putting the silver into his sleeves, looking as if he had eyes for money. The man was still mumbling, "You're a Taoist. Fortunately, you met me. The guest rooms in the backyard are not for people to enter casually. You should take a rest and leave. Don't spend the night here. If the Abbey Dean finds out, he will be angry. Don't blame me if he drives you out." Zhao Xiaozhu inwardly rolled her eyes. Only the rich were allowed to enter this place. The Taoist priest led them to a guest room and left in a hurry. Zhao Xiaozhu closed the door, turned her head, and spat. "Foster father stayed here the day before yesterday and donated 1,000 taels of silver in one go. Isn't it just a place to stay? I think even the most expensive restaurant in the capital can't compare to this place in terms of profit. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked." Yushu believed that when the old Taoist priest was alive, Rising Cloud Temple would not be like this. Jing Chen carried the sword box and walked around the room. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary and no one eavesdropping, he said to Zhao Xiaozhu, "Which room does my father live in? Bring us to him." "In the yard next door. It's not far from here. I'll go scout first. Wait for me." Although Zhao Xiaozhu spoke carelessly, she was very careful in her work. Zhao Xiaozhu left in a flash. Yushu found a soft chair and sat down. Jing Chen paced back and forth in front of her. He looked flustered. She coughed and asked him to stop. "Are you nervous?" Jing Chen looked at her quietly. "Are you not nervous?" "Why should I be nervous? It's not like I'm going to see my father." Yushu teased. Seeing Jing Chen's embarrassed expression, she kindly comforted him. You and your father haven't met for so many years. You're not the only one who's nervous, your father must be looking forward to it too. This was not the first time Yushu noticed from Yunhua's tone and expression that he was far more attentive to Jing Chen than he was to Shui Rui. It was probably because he was forced to choose Jing Chen's mother, Princess Liyue, while Shui Rui's birth mother, Madame Han, was his beloved first wife. On the contrary, Shui Rui, who was raised by the Shui family, did not have much expectation for Yunhua. Unlike Jing Chen, even though he knew that Yunhua had abandoned him, his admiration for his father did not change. After hearing Yushu's words, Jing Chen stopped pacing around. He stood at the door and waited for Zhao Xiaozhu to return. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he stealthily turned back and beckoned them to follow him. The Taoist priests of Ascending Cloud Temple were receiving the pilgrims at the front. Zhao Xiaozhu led the way in front. They slipped past the wall and quickly walked into the courtyard next door. They did not meet anyone along the way. This courtyard was much bigger. There were more than 10 rooms connected to the corridor. It was clean and tidy. They came to the innermost room and sneaked into the door like thieves. Godfather, I brought them here. This guest room was not as simple as the previous one. The furnishings in the room were quite exquisite. They walked around the partition screen and parted the curtains. There were 2 people in the room. One was an old man with white hair, and the other was a man with a fierce expression. If Zhao Xiaozhu had not shouted, Yunhua and Jin Ke would have been the only ones there. Yushu would not have been able to recognize them. Yunhua sat on the low couch, and Jin Ke stood behind him. When he saw Jing Chen, Yunhua was not very excited. At least, compared to when he recognized Shui Rui, Yushu felt that he was much calmer this time. It was not that Yunhua was cold and heartless. When he looked at Jing Chen, his gaze was filled with gratification and guilt. It was just that he lacked that little bit of excitement, which made him seem uninteresting. Before Jing Chen came, he was uneasy. When he saw Yunhua, he took the initiative. He did not wait for Yunhua to call out to him. He walked forward and knelt in front of Yunhua. He called out softly, "Father." Yunhua reached out to help him up. "Get up. Don't kneel in front of me. I can't bear it." Jing Chen was about to get up, but when he heard what Yunhua said, he refused to move. He said, "You don't want me to kneel because you don't want to recognize me as your son." Yunhua said, "Your mother died because of me. You also suffered because of me, but you are still willing to recognize me as your father. Don't you hate me?" Jing Chen said, "Without parents, where would I come from? I can hate everyone in the world, but I can't hate my father and mother." When Yushu heard him say this, she suddenly felt bad for him. Jing Chen had changed a lot since he came to the capital. However, his innocent heart had never wavered. Yunhua's gaze loosened. He sighed and raised his hand to put it on his shoulder. He said gently, "When I was young, I was as open-minded as you. Good child, get up." Yushu nodded secretly. "That's right. This is how a father and son should recognize each other." After that, Yunhua officially introduced Jing Chen to Jin Ke and Zhao Xiaozhu. Jing Chen was much more cooperative than Shui Rui. He obediently recognized Jin Ke as his older brother and Zhao Xiaozhu as his younger brother. "Big brother, third brother." Jin Ke smiled and nodded. Zhao Xiaozhu blurted out, "Wrong, wrong. I am not the third brother. I am the fourth brother. Also, ahem." Yushu suddenly coughed and interrupted Zhao Xiaozhu's words. She shifted everyone's attention to her and said in a serious tone, "Let's make a long story short. We still have business to attend to." She thought to herself that Zhao Xiaozhu was too talkative and almost gave up on Shui Rui. Even if he wanted to confess, Shui Rui had to tell Jing Chen personally. That was the right way to go. Yes, yes. Let's talk about business first. Jin Ke came out and interrupted. He pointed at the sword box on Jing Chen's back and said, "Is this the imitation Chunjun sword inside?" Jing Chen untied it and handed it to him. Jin Ke took out the sword and held it in front of Yunhua. "Look." Yunhua took the sword and placed it on his knees. He touched the patterns on the sword's body and slowly shook his head. "I have never seen the real Chunjun sword, but I have heard my master describe it before. It is indeed very similar to the fake sword in my hand." "Jing Chen, you have seen the real sword before, right?" Jing Chen nodded. "When my junior sister, Shui Yun, returned the Chunjun sword, I was watching from the side. After she left, the great Tiao Dian handed the real sword to me." Yunhua hummed and lost interest in the fake sword. He handed it over to Jin Ke and put it in the sword box. Then, he looked back and forth at Yu Shu and Jing Chen's faces. He calculated with his fingers and had an idea. He said to the two of them, "There are many people who followed you here. They have already arrived at Ascending Cloud Temple. In at most 30 minutes, they will be able to surround this courtyard. As soon as you show your head, they will break in. At that time, I will leave the Book of Xian Nu and escape through the secret passage. Jin and Xiao Zhu will escort me down the mountain. Jing Chen, you will try to delay them." Yu Shu and the others had been up the mountain for an hour. No matter how big Ascending Cloud Temple was, it still had a range. Moreover, they had deliberately left traces in front of the mountain gate. The group of men of sacrifice sent by the great Tiao Dian would sooner or later lock onto the backyard and outflank them. At this time, the sun had just set. Yu Shu looked at the dusk outside through the window screen and said, "Then we will wait a little longer before going out." Out of nowhere, Xiao Zhu found an incense burner, inserted a stick of incense, and lit it. Yunhua asked Jin Ke to take out the imitation Book of Xian Nu and put it on the table. Jing Chen curiously leaned over to take a look. The red crystal, which was similar to the color of glazed crystal, had been carved and purified. Its surface was flowing with light, and its texture was as hard as iron. It showed an unparalleled magnificence. Whether it was the seal characters of the heavenly script on the front or the mysterious diagrams on the back, they were exactly the same as the real thing. If Jing Chen had not known that it was fake in advance, he would definitely have mistaken it for the real Book of Xian Nu. "How is it? It looks real, right?" Yu Shu asked proudly. "Yes." Jing Chen nodded sincerely. He stared at the diagrams on the back and read 10 lines at a glance. When he found the description of destiny in Tai Gu, he suddenly pursed his lips. Just like Yu Shu's reaction when she first heard the truth about Piming, he felt a strong disgust in his heart. He wished he could destroy the Book of Xian Nu right now to get rid of any future troubles. It turned out that Piming wanted to skin his own flesh and blood and make them into a set of tools to protect the imperial power. It was so inhumane that it was no wonder that Titian had been reluctant to tell him the truth. Jing Chen was so angry that his eyes were red. He stared at the diagram of human bones that exuded a bloody smell, but a hand covered it. "Stop looking. Get ready. We should go out." Jing Chen raised his head. The incense in the incense burner had just burned to the end, and the sky outside had darkened. Yu Shu walked to the door and looked outside through the crack. Then she walked back quietly and whispered, "It's already so late, but there's not even a shadow outside. It looks like they're here. Let's go out now." Yunhua nodded slightly and lowered his eyes. Jing Chen looked at him reluctantly and said, "Take care." He then cupped his hands at Jin Ke and Xiao Zhu. "Thank you for protecting my father." Jin Ke and Xiao Zhu looked at each other. There was a slight uneasiness on their faces, but Jing Chen did not notice, and neither did Yu Shu. She tugged at Jing Chen's sleeves and urged him to leave. The two walked to the door and stopped at the same time. Yushu took a deep breath and was about to push the door open when she suddenly heard someone calling her from behind. "Wait, there's something I forgot to tell you. Little you, come here." Yushu took 2 steps back and saw Yunhua waving at her. She looked confused, but walked over without thinking. Just as she was a few steps away from Yunhua, something strange happened. Jin Ke took a step forward, stretched out his long arm, and grabbed her shoulder. Like an eagle grabbing a chick, he brought her in front of him. Jing Chen was caught off guard. He was a little far away, and when he reacted, Jin Ke had already locked Yushu's throat in a threatening manner. "Don't move." "Ha!" Yushu was dumbfounded. What was going on now? "What are you doing?" Jing Chen looked at this scene in bewilderment. He tentatively took a step forward, and Jin Ke forcefully grabbed Yushu's throat. In an instant, her face turned red, and she struggled with all her might. She did not look like she was joking at all. "Stop!" Jing Chen growled, but he did not dare to move forward. Seeing that Jin Ke had loosened his grip, Yushu gasped and then retched. Jing Chen suppressed his anger and said to Yunhua, "What do you mean by this?" Yunhua raised his eyelids, revealing a pair of indifferent eyes. He looked at him expressionlessly and said, "I will give you 2 hours. Go back to the capital and find Zhu Muzhao. Ask him to bring the real Chun Jun sword to see me. Otherwise, I will kill the person who broke my life." Jing Chen's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, "You want to exchange her for the sword?" Yushu coughed and wanted to cry. Who could tell her that Yunhua had taken the wrong medicine? This was not how the script was written. Wait. She held a glimmer of hope and said with a dry throat, "Didn't we agree that when the big tipping point gets the fake book of Mystic Fairy, we will have a chance to get the sword? Why are you in such a hurry?" Yunhua glanced at her, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He said sarcastically, "Do you really think that Zhu Muzhao can't even tell whether the Book of Mystic Fairy is real or fake? I cooperated with your plan to coax you out of the capital so that it would be convenient for me to take action. Otherwise, how could Zhu Muzhao let you go so easily? If I can't get the Chun Jun sword, killing you will be the same." Yushu did not give up and asked, "If you do this, if the big tipping point refuses to give in and he doesn't exchange the Chun Jun sword for my life, are you really going to kill me?" "Senior brother." She gritted her teeth and said the last 2 words to remind Yunhua of the relationship between them. Yunhua was unmoved. He said, "Destroying the Book of Mystic Fairy is the Master's lifelong wish. You are also his disciple. Even if you die because of this, it will be a worthy death." "A worthy death, my ass." Yushu almost cursed out loud. She was fighting so hard just to save her life, okay? Although Jing Chen did not understand what they were talking about, he knew that Yunhua had made up his mind. His face immediately darkened. This time, he did not hesitate, but decisively said to Yunhua, "Don't hurt her. I will rush back and bring the big tipping point and the Chun Jun sword here. Go and come back quickly." Yunhua reminded him, "I will only wait for 2 hours." Jing Chen did not say any more nonsense. He took a deep look at Yushu and strode away. He was so fast that Yushu did not even have the chance to stop him. Yushu turned her head and said to Yunhua, "You don't care about Jing Chen, don't you care about my big brother? If he knows that you want to kill me, he will definitely not forgive you." Yunhua closed his eyes again and did not answer. Outside the door, as soon as Jing Chen appeared, more than a dozen black shadows jumped down from the top of the wall and the roof. They rushed towards him agilely. In the blink of an eye, half of the people surrounded him, and the other half broke into the room. Chapter 766. Celestial Commissioner Zhong Jingxi, after a day of trial, the case of Ning Wang plotting to kill 10th princess had just come to an end. First, Kong Qi came out to testify against Ning Wang, saying that 3 years ago, he had been threatened by Ning Wang to seduce the 10th princess and marry her. Later, the emperor had intentions of marrying the 10th princess to Shui Rui. Ning Wang had schemed behind the scenes and had Kong Qi incite the 10th princess to destroy this marriage. The 10th princess didn't know the truth and first tricked the young miss of the Shui family to the crime scene. Then she jumped into the lake from upstairs to frame the young miss of the Shui family. In the end, the 10th princess suddenly died. The emperor was furious and vented his anger on the Shui family, causing Empress Rui and Shui Guifei to turn against each other. Ning Wang refused to admit his guilt and couldn't be tortured. The Chief Justice of the Judicial Office, Guo Huaiyan, could only call in a second witness. It was a palace maid that served the 10th princess when she was alive. This palace maid revealed that the 10th princess and Kong Qi had exchanged private letters. They had all been passed on by a little Taijian next to Ning Wang. Otherwise, Kong Qi, a foreign official, wouldn't have been able to deceive people and secretly communicate with the 10th princess who lived in the imperial temple. She then confessed that on the day of the crime, it was she who had taken the young miss of the Shui family to Guanhai Tower to be alone with the 10th princess. Then, Shui Rui and Shui Jinchuan were brought to the court for questioning. They once again proved that on the day of the crime, the 10th princess had jumped down from upstairs herself and had nothing to do with Shui Jinchuan. Originally, it wasn't enough to convict Ning Wang based on the empty words of these people. But at the crucial moment, the palace sent in another piece of evidence. It was a handwritten note that Empress Rui had found among the belongings of the 10th princess. After verification, it was confirmed that it was written by the 10th princess herself. It clearly recorded how she and Kong Qi met and mentioned that Ning Wang had secretly played matchmaker. This contradicted Ning Wang's previous confession that he didn't know of the affair between Kong Qi and the 10th princess. Guo Huaiyan questioned Ning Wang mercilessly. Didn't Wang Yi say that you didn't know? Then how do you explain 10th princess notes? Ning Wang's expression did not change as he said, even if 10th sister really wrote this, it only shows that Ben Wang knew of their affair, and does not prove that Ben Wang incited Kong Qi to coax her to commit suicide. The dead are the most important. Ben Wang did not want to smear Imperial Sister's face, so he helped her conceal it. But who would have thought that Kong Qi would make such a big mistake? Not only did he not repent, he used it to frame Ben Wang, completely disregarding Imperial Sister's reputation after death. I want to ask, Kong Qi, who incited you to not let go of Ben Wang? Kong Qi did not fall for his provocation. Guo Huaiyan was aggressive. So you admit that you know about the secret affair between the 10th princess and Kong Qi? Prince Ning could only nod in silence. Guo Huaiyan seemed to be waiting for him to say this. He slammed the gavel in his hand and loudly called for the witness. Come, summon the former Grand Hospital Medicine Judge Su Shiliang. Even though Ning Wang looked calm on the surface, his suddenly tightened jaw revealed a trace of panic. Shui Rui stood not far from him and watched coldly. Very quickly, Medicine Judge Su, who should have died on the way back to his hometown 3 years ago, was limping as he was helped into the courtroom. He knelt on the ground and confessed his crimes. It turned out that he had been incited by Ning Wang to secretly tamper with 10th princess prescription and add a strong medicine, causing 10th princess, who should have been saved, to die. Not long after that, he left the imperial hospital. He did not expect to encounter bandits on his way back to his hometown. His boat sank to the bottom of the river. Fortunately, he was rescued by fishermen on the shore. He lost a leg but kept his old life. Su Shiliang's voice was full of tears. I was blinded by greed and accepted a large sum of money from Ning Wang. After that, it was too late for regrets. I thought that I had done such a sinister thing for Ning Wang. How could he let me live? It was a pity that my entire family was brutally murdered. That group of bandits was obviously sent by Ning Wang in disguise. Even if I have to risk this old man's life, I will expose his true colors. This is a load of nonsense. Ning Wang scolded harshly. I have never had any contact with you. When did I order you to poison the 10th princess? Your entire family was killed on the way. What does that have to do with me? Su Shiliang looked like he was ready to risk everything. He stared at Ning Wang and took out something from his bosom. Your Highness, do you think that I am not the least bit on guard? Open your eyes and see what this is. He was holding a piece of strangely shaped amber in his palm. He screamed, that day, I was afraid that you would kill me after the deed was done. So before I poisoned the 10th princess, I asked for a personal item from your Highness to protect yourself. You just thought that it sank to the bottom of the river with me. You didn't expect me to come back alive. When Ning Wang saw this item, his expression changed. Guo Huaiyan asked someone to present the item. At first, he only thought that it looked familiar. But Shui Rui revealed the origin of this jade pendant. If I am not mistaken, this is an item bestowed by the Emperor. A few years ago, when His Majesty was traveling to the south, someone offered him a piece of amber in the shape of a dragon. There was a strange insect in the amber. It had the body of a snake, antlers, scales, and claws. It looked very much like a dragon. His Majesty liked it very much. But because the dragon was missing one claw and only had 4, he bestowed it to Ning Wang. With his reminder, many people at the scene recalled this incident. They passed the amber to each other and confirmed that it was an item bestowed by the Emperor. Even Titian, who had always been protecting Ning Wang, had to admit that this was indeed something bestowed by Emperor Zhao Qing to Ning Wang. Guo Huaiyan looked at the bewildered Ning Wang and sneered. Your Highness, can you clear up my confusion? How did this item bestowed by the Emperor fall into the hands of an imperial physician who had no contact with you? Ning Wang gritted his teeth. This is a frame-up. I lost this piece of golden amber years ago. I only found out today that it was stolen. Zhou Nyongbo said sarcastically, you can even lose an item bestowed by the Emperor. Your Highness is too narrow-minded. Ning Wang's face was ashen, but he was powerless to defend himself. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at Titian, who was sitting on the main judge's seat, hoping that he could exonerate him. But he was destined to be disappointed. Faced with such detailed witness and material evidence, all the evidence pointed to Ning Wang. Even Titian could not distort the truth and blindly side with him. Ning Wang is indeed suspected of plotting to harm 10th princess. Titian turned to discuss with Guo Huaiyan. But there is some evidence in this that needs to be carefully verified before we can convict him. I think that we should temporarily imprison Ning Wang in the imperial household. After you and I have verified it, we can report to His Majesty in Huajian Garden and ask for a judgment. While Guo Huaiyan wanted to punish Ning Wang on the spot, he knew that it was impossible. Seeing that Titian was making a concession, he nodded in agreement. The supervisors did not have any objections. This meant that Ning Wang was going to face an unprecedented imprisonment. He resisted the urge to turn hostile on the spot and allowed Titian to give the order. He was invited away. When he passed by Shui Rui, he paused in his steps and smiled coldly. He lowered his voice and said, Prime Minister Shui has good tactics. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Shui Rui lowered his eyes and did not speak. He was not surprised by this result. Ning Wang thought that he had done everything flawlessly in the past. How could he have known that he had been exposed so early on? Shui Lingnan had dominated the imperial court for more than a decade. How could he be suppressed by a fledgling imperial prince to the point of being unable to fight back? It was only because of the emperor's indulgence that Shui Lingnan lowered his head and showed weakness. This moment of forbearance caused Ning Wang to become arrogant and condescending. There was a saying that the higher one stood, the harder one fell. After the court was dismissed, Kong Chi and the other witnesses were taken away by Guo Huaiyan. The judicial office and Zhong Jing each kept a statement. De Tidian returned to Tai Shi Lu. Ren Qiming followed closely behind. After the miscellaneous people left, Ren Qiming smiled coldly. I didn't expect that the Empress would not care about 10th Princess' reputation in order to deal with Ning Wang. Right now, it is Prime Minister Xue and Count Zhongyong who have joined hands to eliminate Ning Wang. Grand Secretary, if you continue to offend Ning Wang, they will turn around and target you next. Zhu Muzhao paced in front of the warm stove. Spreading his palms, he said as he warmed himself, even if I don't care about Ning Wang, they will make trouble for me sooner or later. No matter which one of them wants that position, they must first get through me. Ren Qiming walked closer to him and said in a low voice, Ning Wang cannot defeat Prime Minister Xue, and Prime Minister Yin is still not willing to show up. It is impossible to keep the peace. Isn't it time for you to make a move and deal with the Xue family first? Otherwise, when Ning Wang falls, it will be too late for them to take over the imperial court in one go. Zhu Muzhao muttered to himself as he flipped his palm over. The charcoal fire had turned his palm red. The palm lines that ran across his palm were very rare. However, if a master of palmistry saw this palm line, he would definitely recognize that it was a 1 in a million fatal palm. According to legend, the person who had this palm reading was either a talented general who could bring peace and stability to a country, or an ambitious and ruthless person who could bring chaos to the world. Zhu Muzhao stared at the dancing flames in the stove and did not answer for a long time. Just as Ren Qiming was about to persuade him again, there was a sudden commotion outside the building. Then, the curtain was lifted up. Someone had beaten off the guards and barged in. It was Jing Chen who had just rushed back from Rising Cloud Monastery outside the city to the Celestial Commissioner. Stop! Ren Qiming shouted in a low voice and dismissed the guards. He turned around and said to Jing Chen with a straight face, Do you have any rules? This is Taishi Tower. How dare you barge in? Jing Chen ignored him and rushed to the front of Zhu Muzhao. He said to him coldly, My father has taken Yu Shu hostage. He wants you to bring the Chun Jun sword to exchange with him within 2 hours. Otherwise, he will kill her. Zhu Muzhao turned around without changing his expression. He stared at Jing Chen. His eyes were like torches, making it impossible for people to hide. It seemed that he was judging whether Jing Chen was telling the truth or not. Seeing this, Jing Chen took off the zhuge tong from the secret pocket on his waist without saying anything and stuffed it into Zhu Muzhao's hand. He faced him and repeated what he just said. Zhu Muzhao naturally recognized Yun Hua's personal belongings. He knew that Jing Chen did not lie this time. He turned over the zhuge tong in his hand and frowned. After a while, he said, Wait here for a moment. I will go get the sword. No. Ren Qiming stopped him. How can the Chun Jun sword fall into the hands of such a traitor? Please think twice. Jing Chen looked at Zhu Muzhao who had turned around to look at him. His expression hardened and he said fiercely, If you are not willing to exchange the Chun Jun sword for her life, once my father kills her, I will kill myself to apologize to her. Zhu Muzhao's face suddenly darkened. He turned around and went upstairs without hesitation. Qiming, come with me. Ren Qiming angrily glanced at Jing Chen and followed Zhu Muzhao upstairs. After a while, he came down alone. He ignored Jing Chen and hurried out of the door. If the commissioner wanted to take the Chun Jun sword out of the capital, he must send more people to guard it, just in case. In less than half an hour, a large number of soldiers and horses gathered in front of the Celestial Commissioner's gate. Hundreds of torches lit up the night sky. The 5 carriages of the commissioner were surrounded in the middle. As soon as the driver gave the order, they drove to the city gate in a mighty manner. Such a big movement naturally could not be hidden. Before tomorrow morning, the news would reach some people's ears. Jing Chen sat in the carriage with Zhu Muzhao, listening to the heavy hoofbeats outside the carriage. The rumbling sounds were like muffled thunder pounding on his chest. He looked at the unfamiliar man opposite him who was holding the sword box, and in his heart, he was weighing the possibility of snatching the sword from the man's hand and escaping. But the man raised his head and glanced at him lazily, saying softly, "I advise you to get rid of the idea in your mind. Don't do stupid things." Jing Chen involuntarily clenched his fists. Although he had never seen this man, he had felt this man's breath more than once in the Taishi Tower. Sometimes it was long and sometimes it was mighty. That was the performance of the perfection of inner strength, so he was very clear that he was no match for this man. He looked at Zhu Muzhao in frustration. How could Zhu Muzhao not know what he was thinking? Zhu Muzhao shook his head and said, "Jing Chen, there is no perfect solution in this world. If you don't want me to catch your father, you shouldn't have asked me to save her." Jing Chen was speechless. The carriage sped along, and not long after, they were out of the city gate. During this time, someone approached the carriage, knocked on the window, and said a few words to the carriage. Zhu Muzhao only responded with a and did not give any further instructions. Jing Chen was suffering at this time, so he did not pay attention to this detail. He did not know that not far behind them, a carriage quietly followed. When it was almost 9 o'clock, the noisy rising cloud temple was shrouded in a strange silence. It was supposed to be the time to turn off the lights and sleep, but there was a ball of light in the backyard. In the small courtyard near the cliff, outside the door of a guest room, there were layers of shadows, firmly trapping the people inside the room. Yu Shu sat next to Yunhua. Although Jin Ku did not strangle her again, he did not let her leave his grasp. She had no doubt that if she dared to stand up and run outside, he could smash her skull with a raise of his hand. So she did not try to escape from the devil's clutches. Instead, she sat there obediently and waited for Jing Chen to come and save her. This situation made her want to cry, but she could not. It was not that she did not try to communicate with Yunhua, to move him with emotion and reason, but no matter how many flowery words she said, Yunhua just ignored her, as if she was a mass of air. Seeing that the time limit of 2 hours was almost up, but Yunhua had not arrived yet, she was secretly anxious. She was afraid that Yunhua would really be ruthless and kill her. So, she persisted, licked her dry lips, and continued to persuade him. "I say, why are you so muddle-headed? When the Great Enlightenment comes later, even if you get the Chun Jun sword, it will be difficult for you to escape. If he catches you, even the Book of Fantasy Fairy's 6 wrens can't be kept. While they haven't arrived yet, you'd better run for your life. Where there is life, there is hope. What's the use of killing me? In another 100 years, who knows who will be the ruler of the world?" Hearing her rebellious words, Yunhua was finally willing to turn his head to look at her, but his eyes were cold. "If I can't escape, then I won't. Once I get the Chun Jun sword, I will immediately destroy the Book of Fantasy Fairy. In short, I will have no regrets in this life." From his words, Yu Shu heard the will to die. Her heart trembled, and she suddenly forgot to save herself. She lowered her voice and shouted at him, "Are you crazy?" Chapter 767. When Yu Shu learned that Yunhua had the idea of perishing together with his enemies, she was immediately overwhelmed with shock. She originally thought that after Yunhua had gone through so many hardships and met Shui Rui, he would regret his stubbornness that caused his family to be torn apart. Who knew that after 20 years, destroying the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 wrens was still the most important thing in his mind? This matter had already become a demon in Yunhua's heart. Compared to this, whether it was Jing Chen's, Shui Rui's, or his own life, all of them seemed insignificant. This realization made her feel a chill run down her spine, because if she got the Chun Jun sword, it meant that Yunhua would die. If she did not get the Chunjun sword, she would be the one who would die. She was greedy for life and afraid of death, but if Yunhua died because of this, how could she face Shui Rui in the future? Yu Shu suddenly fell silent. There was no longer any sound inside or outside the room. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. She looked outside and saw that the screen in the living room had been pushed to the ground. The door was wide open, and cold wind kept pouring into the room. Two masked men of sacrifice were guarding the door, staring at their every move without blinking. Yunhua and Zhao Xiaozhu sat on the horizontal couch, separated by a tea table. Jin Ku stood behind them, while Zhao Xiaozhu swayed by the door. She did not clash with the men of sacrifice. Both parties were in a stalemate until the sound of nervous and orderly footsteps came from the backyard. It was mixed with the sound of armor rubbing against each other. Foster father. Zhao Xiaozhu turned around and said to Yunhua with a solemn expression, "There are many people outside. They are armed, and they have surrounded the entire courtyard." Yunhua raised his head and looked outside the door calmly. After a while, he saw the courtyard suddenly lit up with a fire that reached the sky. A group of people hurriedly walked past the window. The first person to appear at the door was Jing Qin, who had left and returned. Yu Shu smiled bitterly without making a sound. "I brought him here." When Jing Qin saw that Yu Shu was sitting next to Yunhua unscathed, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He glanced at Yunhua with a complicated expression and moved sideways. The person standing behind him was exposed to Yunhua's field of vision. Zhu Muzhao, who was wearing embroidered clothes and a light fur coat, was surrounded by several armed guards. He was already in his 50s, but his hair was still black and he did not look old at all. He looked calm and composed, as if he was not here for a meeting, but to meet a friend that he had not seen for many years. Their gazes intersected in the air. It was just a meeting, but it had evoked 20 years of grievances and entanglements. Once upon a time, one of them was a famous young talent in the capital, while the other was a proud son of heaven from an illustrious family. They had once appreciated each other's talents, and they had also drank and chatted merrily. Who would have thought that when they met again many years later, things would be the same, but the people would be different? Zhu Muzhao. Yun Mufeng. Zhu Muzhao raised his hand and gestured for the guards to stay outside the door. He only brought the sword-carrying man into the room. Jing Chen was the last to enter. He silently stood in the middle of the two parties, intentionally or unintentionally preventing a conflict that might occur at any time. Jin Ku stared at the sword-carrying man and took half a step forward without batting an eyelid. He pressed one hand on Yu Shu's shoulder. Zhao Xiaozhu also retreated to Yunhua's side and formed a protective posture. "Yun Mufeng, you have been hiding for so many years. You are finally willing to show yourself," Zhu Muzhao said with a sigh as he sat down on a chair at random. Yunhua looked at him coldly and said, "It's useless to say more. Did you bring the thing I wanted?" Zhu Muzhao nodded and glanced at Yu Shu, who was under the control of the sword-carrying man. He said, "I didn't expect you to use such despicable means. You can even use your own son so easily. You have really changed a lot." When Jing Chen heard this, he looked embarrassed. Yu Shu, on the other hand, had a sullen face and did not say a word. Hearing his provocation, Yunhua said coldly, "Aren't you also using them to lure me out?" "I am just doing what you want. The life destroyer is in my hands. You can use the Chun Jun sword to exchange for it. You can also try to see if I will kill her." Zhu Muzhao looked at him inquiringly. "As far as I know, the Chun Jun sword only has one use. It can destroy the Book of Mystery Fairy Lu Ren. This is a secret left behind by the Saint Ancestor and Empress Ning Zhen to prevent the Book of Mystery Fairy from falling into the hands of treacherous officials. Only the rulers of the past and the Celestial Commissioner in power know about it. You want the Chun Jun sword for no other reason than to destroy the book. I have always been curious about your origin. Where did you learn so many secrets of our dynasty? Yunhua said, the imperial court has been investigating me for so many years. If they can't even find out my origin, they are all a bunch of useless people. In the face of his mockery, Zhu Muzhao was not ashamed or annoyed. He retorted, in your eyes, how many people in this world are not useless? Even I am not as good as you, so it is more and more difficult for me to understand. Back then, you gave up glory, splendor, wealth, and the power and status that could be easily obtained. Was it to go against the imperial court? Do you know how much trouble you have caused by burning the celestial commissioner to steal the Book of Mystery Fairy for your own selfishness? Perhaps one day, the world will be in chaos, and the common people will suffer. You will be the sinner for all eternity. These words could not be said to be without criticism. Yunhua frowned and smiled angrily. I dare not bear this crime, and I can't bear it. The general trend of the world, after being separated for a long time, must be united for a long time, and after being united for a long time, must be separated. At the beginning of the founding of the country, Empress Ningjin held the Book of Mystery Fairy in her hand. It was to support the right path and benefit the people. She knew that taking the bones for divination was against the harmony of heaven, so before she died, she ordered the 6 founding instruments to be buried with her. Unexpectedly, the later generations were unfilial and opened the coffin to take the book after her death. In order to use the Book of Mystery Fairy to control the general situation of the world, they forged the so-called Sacred Ancestors' teachings and compiled it into a Key Techniques of Governing a State. They engraved it on the back of the Book of Mystery Fairy together with the Tai Gu deity lesson. They thought that this could cover up their treason and heresy. From Emperor Shizong to the present day, in order to obtain a set of Tai Gu, how many shameful things have been done secretly, and how many innocent people have died tragically. Behind this peace and prosperity, it is built by piling up white bones and casting blood. How many innocent people have died tragically instead of being ashamed? Her words shocked everyone. The truth revealed between Yunhua's words was simply shocking. Yu Shu and Jing Chen looked at each other. No matter what, they did not expect that there was such a hidden story behind the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 wrens. According to Yunhua's words, Empress Ningjin clearly forbade the future generations from using the Book of Mystery Fairy, but the later emperor actually dug up her grave in order to consolidate the imperial power. Yu Shu could not help but look at Zhu Muzhao's face. She saw that he was frowning and was no longer indifferent. Obviously, it was also the first time he heard such a story. A bunch of nonsense. The Imperial Ancestral Temple has the whole holy teaching. It is clearly written by Emperor Anwu. How can it be forged? I saw it with my own eyes. How can I believe that you are inverting right and wrong? It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. I'm not saying these words for you to hear. Yunhua glanced at Yu Shu, who was sitting next to him, and sneered, in the eyes of the world, I am already a dead person. Even if I become the eternal sinner in your words, so what? It is better than letting my future grandson be skinned and broken into pieces to be used by the incompetent emperor and treacherous officials. Instead of that, it is better for me to kill her first. Hearing him insult the emperor and himself, Zhu Muzhao's temper was about to explode. He immediately said with a cold face, since you are so stubborn, it is useless for me to persuade you. Well, you let her go, and I will give you the Chun Jun sword. As he said this, he signaled the person holding the sword to come forward. At this moment, De Ti Dian became the bodhisattva who saved Yu Shu's life. Seeing that he was willing to exchange the sword for her, Yu Shu did not feel happy. Instead, she was anxious. The Chun Jun sword was Yunhua's life-threatening talisman. Both De Ti Dian and Jing Chen did not know that the real Book of Mystery Fairy was tied to Yunhua. Once he got the sword, she was afraid that he would immediately kill himself. How could she watch him die? No. Yu Shu suddenly spoke. Everyone in the room looked at her. She could only pretend to be afraid of death and said to Zhu Muzhao, "What if he still wants my life after he gets the sword? Let him let me go first." "Shut up." Jin Ke pinched her shoulder heavily. Yu Shu shrank her neck in pain. She did not know where he pinched. She opened her mouth again, but she could not make a sound. She was so anxious that her forehead was sweating profusely. Yu Shu wholeheartedly thought that she could not let Yunhua get the Chun Jun sword. She did not know what her appearance had exposed. Zhu Muzhao looked at her thoughtfully. Suddenly, he laughed as if he had discovered something interesting. He turned around and said to Yunhua, "It seems that she doesn't want the Chun Jun sword to fall into your hands. This is strange. If you can destroy the Book of Mystic Nyu Luren, shouldn't she be happy to see it happen?" Yunhua said expressionlessly, "It is she who is afraid of death." "No." Zhu Muzhao slowly shook his head. He looked at Yunhua and said, "She is not afraid of death. She is afraid that you will die. Let me guess, the Mystic Maiden 6 Ren's book is with you, right?" Yunhua asked him in reply, "Do you think that I will bring it with me?" Yu Shu listened to their questions and answers. She only felt that she was extremely stupid. In a battle of wits and courage at this level, one careless move would cause the whole game to be lost. It was not something that she could participate in at all. She could only be a bystander. She kept her mouth shut and widened her eyes to watch the outcome of the battle. "I think you will." As he said this, the calm and composed expression returned to Zhu Muzhao's face again. Yunhua said coldly, "Even if I bring the Book of Mystery Fairy with me, what can you do to me? I killed the Life Destroyer. Even if you can capture me and obtain the Book of Mystery Fairy, it will be useless without the Destiny Tie Bone. Now, I will ask you one last time. Do you want to exchange a sword for her, or do you want me to kill her?" Jin Ke moved his hand to Yu Shu's throat. His 5 fingers formed a hook. He was waiting for Yunhua's order to instantly break her neck. Seeing this, Jing Chen was extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Zhu Muzhao looked back and forth at them. He calmly raised his hands and clapped his palms. Someone outside the door asked in a low voice, "Sir, what are your orders?" "Go and bring the person over." After a while, the sound of footsteps approached the door. The door was half closed and was pushed open by someone. Yunhua looked up and saw 2 men of sacrifice walking in with a person tied up. The person's eyes were covered with a black cloth. When the men of sacrifice took off the black cloth and Yunhua saw the person's face clearly, his expression changed instantly. At the same time, when Yu Shu saw the person, she was so shocked that her hair stood on end. Among the people present, only Jing Chen was kept in the dark. He called out in confusion, "Brother Shui." Shui Rui squinted his eyes and adapted to the light in front of him. He looked around the room, and his gaze first fell on Yu Shu. When he saw that her neck was being strangled by Jin Ke, and when he saw the person holding the sword beside Zhu Muzhao, he immediately understood the situation. Like Yu Shu, he had become a hostage. "Now, let me ask you." Zhu Muzhao said to Yunhua calmly, "Do you want the Chunjun sword, or do you want your son's life?" Yunhua came back to his senses and looked at Zhu Muzhao with gloomy eyes. "What if I say that I want the Chunjun sword?" Zhu Muzhao snorted coldly, and a sharp blade was placed horizontally on Shui Rui's neck. When Yu Shu saw this, she opened her mouth in panic, but she could not make a sound. Yunhua closed his eyes. Anyone could see that he was struggling at this moment. "How did you know?" he asked. Zhu Muzhao was confident that he would win, so he did not mind answering his doubts. "Before Shui Zhao died, he told me personally." Yunhua opened his eyes abruptly, and a cold light shone in them. "Shui Zhao's death is related to you." He naturally did not believe that Shui Zhao would betray him. More than 10 years ago, Shuezao suddenly died, and his death was strange. When he heard the news, he suspected that Shuezao had died an unnatural death, and he was most likely implicated by him. When Shuai heard this, he turned to look at Zhu Muzhao. The sharp blade scratched his neck, leaving a bloody mark, but he did not feel any pain. Zhu Muzhao said with an indifferent expression, "After you went missing, the late emperor learned that the Book of Mystery Fairy was lost. In a fit of rage, he issued an order to silence all witnesses. Later, the Celestial Commissioner's report was passed to me. Now that I have succeeded to the throne, recovering the Book of Mystery Fairy became the most important task. I knew that apart from Jing Qin, you have another son who is still alive. So, I followed this clue and investigated further. In the end, I suspected Shuezao. After several tests, I used the Great Cave Illumination technique and found out that his only son was not his biological son. At that time, Lingnan was already the prime minister, and Shuezao had a good reputation among the literati. Emperor Zhao Qing had just ascended the throne, and his foundation was not stable. So, Zhu Muzhao secretly captured Shuezao and brought him to the Celestial Commissioner for interrogation. Unexpectedly, Shuezao, who was a literati, was so stubborn that he refused to confess under heavy torture. If Zhu Muzhao had not learned the Great Cave Illumination technique, he would not have been able to determine that Shui Rui was Yunhua's son. Jing Chen stared at Shui Rui in a daze. You and I are biological brothers. Zhu Muzhao continued, Shuezao was a smart man. He knew that he would not be able to escape death after he was tortured. To prevent the entire Shui family from being harmed and to protect his adopted son, he bit his 10 fingers and committed suicide by touching the wall in prison. He bit his 10 fingers because he was afraid that someone would forge a false confession after his death and commit suicide by touching the wall. He wanted to leave his body intact so that his family could recognize it. After Shuezao's death, I sent someone to dump his corpse in the suburbs and made it look like he was robbed. When the Shui family received the news, they went to identify the corpse and secretly brought it back. They announced to the public that Shuezao had died a sudden death. After listening to Zhu Muzhao's account, Shui Rui felt as if his liver was about to explode. His eyes were red with hatred and he glared at Zhu Muzhao. So, it was you who killed my father. Yu Shu was terrified. She was afraid that Shui Rui would throw caution to the wind and fight to the death. Yunhua knew that Zhu Muzhao was deliberately provoking him, but he could not help but feel angry. He pounded his chest and said, Jing Bai, you did not betray me. I am the one who betrayed you. He coughed violently and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Godfather. Zhao Xiaozhu quickly supported him. She patted his back to calm him down and glared at Zhu Muzhao. Seeing this, Zhu Muzhao seemed to feel that it was not enough. He added fuel to the fire by saying something else. During the battle for the crown prince, you became Prince Xiang's guest. The Zhu family supported the current emperor, but the former emperor wanted you to be the next great advisor. After that, I was the one who spread the news that you had a wife in your hometown. That was why they were killed. Yunhua coughed up another mouthful of blood. He pointed at Zhu Muzhao and said with a trembling voice, should have known that it was you. That year, in order to make him marry Princess Liyue, the former emperor used both carrot and stick. In order to refuse the marriage, he confessed that he already had a family. There were only a few people who knew about this, and Zhu Muzhao was one of them. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Zhu Muzhao looked askance at Yunhua. There was pity in his eyes. From the beginning, you should not have appeared in the capital. If Yun Mufeng did not exist in this world, the things that happened later would not have happened. Your first wife would not have died, Princess Liyue would not have died, and Shuezhuo would not have died. These are all sins that you have committed. You reap what you sow today. The blood drained from Yunhua's face. He was on the verge of collapsing. He lowered his head and did not dare to look at Shui Rui's expression. He was afraid that he would see Shui Rui's look of deep hatred. Zhu Muzhao curled up the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. He made one last attack. Now that things have come to this, are you going to let your own son die for the righteous path that you have been defending? Yunhua took a deep breath and swallowed the stench that surged up his throat. He said in a hoarse voice, "Don't say any more. Take the sword back. We will exchange a life for a life." In the end, he could not bring himself to sacrifice Shui Rui's life in exchange for the Chun Jun sword. No, it's not exchanging a life for a life. Zhu Muzhao shook his head and pointed at Yu Shu. He then pointed at Yunhua and said, "It's using your son's life in exchange for the person who broke your life and the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 rens in your possession. Zhu Muzhao, don't push your luck. You can choose not to give it to me. Whether they live or die, it all depends on you." When she saw the two of them opposing each other, Yu Shu was extremely nervous. She had to admit that she hoped that Yunhua would agree to it so that they could both survive. If Yunhua refused, once Shui Rui died, Yunhua would also die even if he obtained the Chun Jun sword. In the end, she would be the only one left alive. She might as well die. "Promise him." Shui Rui suddenly spoke. He stared at Yunhua with his red eyes until Yunhua raised his head and looked him in the eye. "Let her go, give them the book, and I will go with you." Yunhua was defeated at this moment. He sighed and nodded. "I promise you." Zhu Muzhao smiled with satisfaction. "That's right. As long as I get the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 rens and the person who broke my life is safe and sound, I can let you live." Even so, Yunhua found it hard to believe him. He proposed to exchange the person first. When they safely descended the mountain, he would give him the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 rens. Zhu Muzhao naturally would not agree. He said, "If I give the person to you, what if you just run away? Why don't you give me the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 rens first, and I will let you take the person who broke my life down the mountain. When you feel safe, you can let her go. How about that?" Yunhua sneered. "Aren't you afraid that I will go back on my word and kill her? Will your son be willing to kill her?" Zhu Muzhao stood up and walked to Shui Rui's side. He pressed on one of his shoulders. His meaning was self-evident. Shui Rui suppressed his hatred and said in a deep voice, "I will live and die with her." It was originally words of love that were moving, yet because of the current situation, it only caused Yu Shu to feel sorrow. After this departure, could it be that she and Shui Rui are going to part forever? From then on, Shui Rui would have to follow Yunhua to the ends of the world. Would they be able to see each other again in their lifetime? "Okay, I will give you the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 rens first, but not here. Let's go down the mountain." Yunhua was not confused by his anger. The entire Taoist temple was surrounded. If he handed over his last trump card here, they would only become turtles in a jar. Zhu Muzhao agreed, but he made a request. "I want to take a look at the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 rens to make sure that it is real." Yunhua knew that he was being paranoid, so he asked Zhao Xiaozhu to take out the red crystal book that they had forged beforehand and tossed it to him. "This is fake." As he said this, he untied the layers of his robe and revealed the ring of the mysterious crystal book on his waist. "This is the real one." Zhu Muzhao held the fake book that Yu Shu and the others forged and looked at it again and again. He clicked his tongue and sighed. It is really fake. Then, he handed it to the person holding the sword. The person clenched the red crystal hard in Yu Shu's eyes with one hand and shattered it to the ground. Only then did she know how naive their seemingly perfect plan was. Zhu Muzhao saw the ring of strange red light on Yunhua's waist and could not help but walk towards him. When he approached, he was blocked by Zhao Xiaozhu with a guarded look. Yunhua was not afraid of the cold. He untied his entire robe and turned around to let him take a closer look. When he saw Zhu Muzhao's infatuated gaze, he could not help but sneer. How was it? Did you see it clearly? Zhu Muzhao retracted his gaze and first asked Yushu, is the real book of Mystery Woman 6 rens on Yunhua? Yushu nodded reluctantly. Then, he asked Shui Rui and Jing Chen the same question. After getting the same answer, he was finally convinced that the book on Yunhua was real and did not make things difficult for Yunhua. Alright, you can put on your clothes. The two reached an agreement and left Rising Cloud Temple, descending the mountain together. Jin Ke held Yushu hostage and walked in front. Zhao Xiaozhu brought up the rear and protected Yunhua in the middle. Jing Chen followed closely behind. Zhu Muzhao publicly ordered that no one was allowed to chase after them. He held Shui Rui and followed them to the foot of the mountain. Yunhua first asked someone to unload Zhu Muzhao's carriage and asked for 3 fast horses. Then, he asked Zhu Muzhao and his men to retreat 100 feet and only allowed Shui Rui to go forward. Only then did he untie the Book of Mystery Woman 6 rens and let Jin Ke throw it far away. While they were trying to snatch the book, Jin Ke quickly went forward and took Shui Rui away. The person holding the sword flew several feet away and steadily caught the Book of Mystery Woman 6 rens. He returned to Zhu Muzhao's side and handed it to him. Zhu Muzhao held the Book of Mystery Woman 6 rens in his hand as if he had obtained a treasure. He could no longer hold back the excitement in his heart. He looked up at the sky and laughed. He said to Yunhua and his men in the distance, I said that I would let you live. Run for your lives. The other party did not answer. Yunhua and Zhao Xiaozhu rode on one horse, Jin Ke rode on the other, and Shui Rui and Yushu rode on the other. They ran away without looking back and disappeared into the night. Jing Chen moved and was about to chase after them, but he was stopped by Zhu Muzhao. Don't chase after them. Let them go. Jing Chen turned around and looked at him with a struggling expression. I am afraid that once she leaves, she will not come back. Zhu Muzhao wrapped the Book of Mystery Woman 6 rens in his cloak and looked into the darkness in the distance. He said with certainty, don't worry. She will come back. After all, her home is in the capital. Chapter 768. The cold wind howled, and the road was bumpy at night. Yushu did not know how far they had run. She sat behind Shui Rui, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Her fingers were numb from the cold. Not only was she cold, but she was also full of hesitation. We're almost there. Jin Ke led the way in front. They had already prepared an escape route. Close to the riverbank, there was a small boat hidden in the weeds. It was just big enough for the 5 of them. Shui Rui got off the horse and carried the frozen Yushu down. He held her hands together and took a few deep breaths of warm air. Then, he pulled her to a sheltered place and ran to help Jin Ke and Zhao Xiaozhu lift the boat out. Cough, cough. Yunhua walked to Yushu's side. A wine pouch appeared in his hand. He handed it to Yushu and gestured to her, drink, drink more. Yushu gritted her chattering teeth and took the wine pouch without another word. She gulped it down. The hot liquid burned her throat, and her body finally felt warm. On the riverbank, Shui Rui and the others had just pushed the boat into the water. The wide river surface was covered in a layer of cold blue. The rich hue made people feel danger for no reason. Traveling by water in this weather, they would be frozen to death if they were not careful. However, they had no other choice. Only by traveling by water could they escape from the imperial court soldiers. Yushu and Yunhua were the same. They did not believe that the great Tidian would let them live. However, because she was still in Yunhua's hands, they had no choice but to let them escape a distance first. Once they lost the protective talisman that was Yushu, the Great Tidian would definitely order for them to be killed. You can leave with us. Yunhua seemed to have seen through her thoughts. There was a hidden temptation in his broken voice. I already know about the matter between you and Shining. After we escape to the border town and settle down, I will make the decision to let the two of you get married. This was a very tempting proposal. After obtaining the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Rens, she would no longer have any misgivings. The next step would be to obtain the Heavens Will Tie Bone. It was easy to imagine what Yushu would face when she returned to the capital. Going far away with Shui Rui had become her only way out. However, did the great teacher not consider this point? He dared to let her go because he was confident that she would eventually return to the capital and back into the palm of his hand. Going back would mean parting with him, and parting would be their last farewell. Yushu clutched the wineskin tightly. She knew that she was in a desperate situation, and her heart was filled with sorrow. She looked at Shui Rui's busy figure, and her eyes suddenly felt a little sore. She was a person who never cried, but at this moment, she could not help but want to cry. Senior Marshal brother, she suppressed her nasal voice and forced a smile. She said to Yunhua, you lied to me once, and you want to lie to me a second time. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? You can't kill me because of my big brother, but you don't want me to go back and be used by the great teacher, so you want to coax me to go with you, right? Hearing a trace of resentment in her words, Yunhua said, you are right. I don't want Zhu Muzhao to obtain the Heavens Will Tie Bone because your child with Jing Qin is my grandson. If you don't go with us, are you going back to the capital to die for Jing Qin? Yushu said coldly, if I don't go back to the capital, am I going to be like you, a heartless person who abandons his family and son? In the darkness, they could not see each other's expressions clearly. Her words seemed to have poked at Yunhua's scar, and he fell silent. Yushu did not regret saying those harsh words. Yunhua wanted to kill her earlier, and it was impossible for her not to bear a grudge. If it were not for Shui Rui's vow to live and die with her, if Yunhua really wanted to fight the great teacher head-on, she would have been a dead person by now. In this short period of time, Shui Rui and the others had already packed up. They called for Yunhua and her to board the boat first. Jean Ke drove the horses far away, and Zhao Xiaozhu and Shui Rui cleaned up the traces on the shore. Only then did they work together to escape from this place. Jean Ke wore a straw cape and was rowing the boat at the bow. Yunhua, Zhao Xiaozhu, Shui Rui, and Yushu were all hiding in the cabin. The cabin was small and narrow, and if they stood up, they would have to bump into each other. The roof could block the wind, but it could not block the cold. The few of them were so cold that their lips turned blue. Fortunately, there was a stove to keep them warm, and it was better than nothing. Zhao Xiaozhu squatted by the stove to boil water. He was fiddling with the stove, planning to make tea to drink. As he busied himself, he peeked at the two people who were huddled together on the opposite side. Shui Rui wrapped Yushu in a quilt and hugged her tightly in his arms. She rested her head on his shoulder, and his chest pressed against her face. It was a gentle and loving scene. This kind of intimacy was not something that a brother and sister could have. Yunhua was covered with another quilt. His eyes were closed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Zhao Xiaozhu looked at his adoptive father's pale face and coughed. He pretended to be relaxed and said to Shui Rui and Yushu, neither of you have been to the border town, right? Let me tell you, that place is much more interesting than the capital city. Even the food and clothes are different. Have you seen camels? Have you seen the Gobi Desert? Later on, I will bring you to the Gobi Desert to ride on camels to watch the sunset. At night, we will set up our tents and drink around the fire for the whole night. The emperor is far away, and no one will be able to stop us. I will roast a tender lamb for you, that taste, tsk. Once Zhao Xiaozhu started talking, he could not shut up. Yushu and Shui Rui listened quietly. No one interrupted him. Under the quilt, the two pairs of hands were tightly held together. Gradually, there was warmth. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Xiaozhu suddenly stopped talking. Yunhua opened his eyes and saw that the two of them had fallen asleep in each other's arms. He sighed silently. There was a moment of hesitation in his eyes, but he quickly calmed down. Just like this, the ship sailed for an entire night, and it docked once before daybreak. Jin Ku ran to a nearby village to buy a few inconspicuous clothes, and he asked Yushu and Shui Rui to change into them. After that, they disguised themselves and sank the ship, and then they hitched a carriage to continue their journey. They traveled for 2 days and 2 nights, bypassing the area around Taiyuan. On the evening of the 3rd day, they arrived at a small town. Yunhua was helped down from the carriage by Jin Ku. He looked up at the sky and said after a while, "Let's stay for the night. It's snowing at night." So they found an inn in the town to stay. It was only the 10th day of the first lunar month. The commoners had not come out from the new year. There was only a shopkeeper and a waiter in the inn. The cook had gone home for the new year, so the backyard was empty. They simply asked for 4 rooms in one go. Other than Zhao Xiaozhu, who shared a room with Yunhua so that it would be convenient to take care of him, the others had their own rooms. The carriage was pulled into the backyard. Jin Ku unloaded the carriage and asked the waiter to feed the horses. He called Zhao Xiaozhu to make the bed and he went to chop firewood to boil water. Yushu saw that they were busy, so she wanted to go up and help, but who knew that Shui Rui would pull her back and bring her into the room. He pressed her down on the bed, took off her boots, and wrapped her tightly in a blanket. "Lie down and don't move. I'll go look for something to eat." Along the way, Yushu's lips were full of dry skin. The men were fine, but she was a girl with delicate skin and tender flesh. Her hands and feet had long been frozen and cracked. Her feet were swollen, painful and itchy. She endured it and did not make a sound. It did not mean that Shui Rui did not know. He asked the shopkeeper in front of him. Before the sky turned dark, he found a medicine shop and made some frostbite medicine. He also bought a few ounces of red dates and cloud ginger. When he returned to the inn, he went into the kitchen. Jin Ku came in with a pile of firewood. When he saw Shui Rui squatting by the stove, he quickly put down the things and went forward to help him. "Let me do it. You can go and rest." After all, he was simple and honest. He knew that it was their fault for deceiving Shui Rui this time. Shui Rui did not even look at him during the whole journey. Jin Ku secretly complained. He was afraid that Shui Rui would bear a grudge against him. How could he not please him when he had the chance? Shui Rui didn't argue with him. He stood up and let him add firewood to the fire. He took 2 bowls and first soaked the medicinal ingredients in vinegar. Jin Ku often traveled the Jianghu and was experienced and knowledgeable. When he saw the vinegar medicine, he knew that it was a folk prescription for frostbite. Seeing that the other's hands were clean, he guessed that the other's feet were frozen, so he fawned and said, "When the water boils, I will soak your feet first." Shui Rui looked at him coldly. Jin Ku didn't dare to say anything else and obediently boiled the water. Shui Rui turned around and went to the room to find a teapot. When the water boiled, he first boiled a pot of red dates and cloud ginger tea. Then he poured a large basin of hot water and brought it into Yushu's room. Zhao Xiaozhu hid on the side and only squeezed into the kitchen when she saw him go out. She stood next to Jin Ku and bumped his shoulder. She whispered, "Eldest brother, did you see it?" Jin Ku frowned. "What?" Zhao Xiaozhu stuck out 2 thumbs up and winked at him. "Second brother and miss you are like this." Jin Ku had a bitter expression on his face. Of course he could see it. Otherwise, why would he be worried? It had to be known that he had almost killed Yushu in front of Shuirui. How could Shuirui not be angry at him? Get lost, you know a lot. If you have the time to gossip, don't you want to eat? Hurry up and find some rice and noodles. Zhao Xiaozhu was scolded for no reason and dejectedly went to find the innkeeper to ask for ingredients. Inside the room, Shuirui sat at the head of Yushu's bed. He used hot water to wash a handkerchief and was about to wipe her face. Yushu's face was scraped and she didn't want him to look at her ugly appearance, so she stretched out her hand and said, "I'll wash it myself." Shuirui took the opportunity to pull her hand. When he looked down, he saw that her knuckles were red and swollen. Some of them had small cracks and blood scabs. He didn't say a word as he gently wiped her palm and the back of her hand clean and stuffed them back into the quilt. Yushu couldn't dissuade him and could only let him serve her once. However, after washing her hands and face, she saw that he brought a wooden basin over and rolled up her sleeves to test the water temperature. He wanted her to stretch out her feet, but she refused to do so no matter what. "How can I ask you to wash my feet?" "No, no, no." Yushu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she pushed him. "Go out, I'll soak myself." Shuirui squatted by her bed and raised his head to look at her. A daughter's feet can only be seen and touched by her husband. "In my heart, you're my wife. I won't marry anyone but you." Yushu was a little absent-minded. His tone was too serious, and his gaze was too sincere. So much so that his words didn't sound like a confession to her, but more like a vow. She should have replied with, "I won't marry anyone but you," but her mouth felt like it was glued to paste. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't open her mouth. However, when she saw his gaze gradually darkening, she couldn't bear it. Although she didn't speak, she stretched out her feet and placed them on his knees. His pair of dark and bright eyes instantly lit up. After washing her feet, Shuirui applied chilblain medicine on her hands and feet. He watched her drink a big bowl of red date cloud ginger tea before he closed the door and left. Jin Ku and Zhao Xiaozhu were still cooking in the kitchen. Shuirui went to the guest room opposite. Yunhua had changed into a clean set of cotton-padded clothes and was sitting on the bed. He held a cup of steaming hot tea in his hands and covered himself with half a blanket. It was obvious that his two foster sons had taken good care of him. Shuirui did not beat around the bush. He went straight to the point and asked him, "What are your plans?" He did not believe that Yunhua would leave everything behind and live in seclusion in border town. Yunhua patted the side of the bed. Shuirui walked to his side and sat down. There was an oil lamp at the head of the bed. Yunhua relied on the few inches of light to scrutinize Shuirui. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Let's go to border town first and hide for 2 or 3 years. Shuirui sneered and said, "First, there's the hatred of killing my father. Now, there's the hatred of stealing my wife. You want me to hide and be a coward? The hatred of killing my father. The hatred of stealing my wife." Yunhua muttered. In this world, if there was anything that one could not tolerate, it would be nothing more than these two things. The accusation of killing his father was because of Shuizao. Zhu Muzhao had personally admitted that he was the one who killed him. The accusation of stealing his wife was because of Yushu. She and Shuirui had promised to marry each other, but they could not live together. It was also because of Zhu Muzhao's coercion. With such a deep hatred, as a man of indomitable spirit, how could Shuirui be willing to hide and drag out an ignoble existence? Yunhua did not know what to do. He was afraid that Shuirui had the idea of risking his life to return to the capital. So, he became serious. "If you want to take revenge, I will naturally not stop you. But if you want to throw an egg against a rock and die, I will never agree to it. With your current situation, if you want to seek revenge from Zhu Muzhao, it is no different from an ant trying to shake a tree. I know that you are reluctant to part with Yushu and do not want to be separated from her. But if you follow her back to the capital, she can keep her life, but you will only have a dead end. It is better for both of you to go your separate ways and live your own lives. You can rest assured that I will not return to the capital at this time. Shui Rui furrowed his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, when I return to the capital, it will be the time for me to take my revenge. When Yunhua saw him like this, he felt both gratified and guilty. He reached out and patted his shoulder. He said, no matter what, I will help you. Shui Rui did not dodge. After he was comforted, he got up and refilled a cup of hot tea for him. Yunhua was a little overwhelmed by the favor. Then, he saw his son tuck the corner of the blanket for him with an expressionless face. He bent over and got closer to him. He asked in a low voice, did you really get the book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Rens? Yunhua was stunned. Before he could answer, Shui Rui retreated. A pair of intelligent eyes fell on his face. After a while, he turned around and left with his master. There was meat and vegetables for dinner. After being hungry for a few days, Yushu finally had a hot meal. Shui Rui kept putting food into her bowl and adding soup. Jin Ku's cooking skills were really good. They caught a pheasant on the road. He stewed it into a pot of chicken soup, and most of it went into her stomach. After the meal, a waiter cleaned up the dishes, and they went back to their rooms to rest. Yushu extinguished the oil lamp and lay on the bed. She listened to the movements next door and distinguished the sound of Shui Rui pouring tea. When it was completely quiet on the other side of the wall, she slowly closed her eyes. The wind outside the window sounded like crying. In the darkness, Yushu suddenly opened her eyes and sat up from the bed. She fumbled to put on her shoes and put a blanket on her body. She walked step by step to the door, opened and closed it, and then walked step by step to the door next door. She bent 2 fingers and gently knocked on the door. Big brother, are you asleep? In the room, Shui Rui heard her calling at the door, so he hurriedly turned on the light. He didn't even bother to put on his clothes as he took large strides to open the door for her. The cold wind gushed in, and she hugged the blanket with disheveled hair as she stood pitifully outside the door. Without saying a word, he pulled her in and shut the door tightly. It's so cold outside. Why did you come out? Shui Rui took her to his bed and sat down. It was not because he was impulsive, but because the guest room was simple and small. There was only such a place in the small room for people to sit. Yushu blinked her eyes and whispered, I can't sleep alone. Alone, can't sleep. Shui Rui was stunned when he heard this. At any rate, he'd lived a romantic life, so how could he be unable to understand the meaning behind these words? But the person who spoke these words was Yushu, and it caused him to be at a loss for what to do. Seeing him in a daze, Yushu secretly clenched her teeth. She pretended that he did not understand, so she thickened her face and said, It's cold at night, let's squeeze together. When she finished speaking, she felt her face burning. In her 2 lives, this was the first time she was so shameless. She even brought the blanket over, determined to sleep with him tonight. When Shui Rui saw her like this, how could he bear to refuse her? He laughed and sighed, then rubbed her hair before bending over to remove her shoes. Then you lie on the inside, I'll lie on the outside. Yushu curled up her blanket and shyly climbed inside to lie down. Shui Rui checked the door and window before he also went to bed. He shook off his blanket and covered her with 1 layer before he lay down. This way, although they were lying on the same bed, there was a blanket between them. There was only 1 pillow, so he gave it to Yushu. He used his arm as a pillow and looked at her softly, Sleep, I'll watch over you. The lamp on the bedside was lit, but the light was not as bright as his eyes. Yushu stretched out a finger and moved it from his forehead to the bridge of his nose. She copied the outline of his face and wanted to remember this face in her heart. Shui Rui indulged her every move. He resisted the urge to pull her into his arms and knead her into his bones. He allowed her fingers to caress his lips and lift his chin. Yu Shu leaned over and quickly kissed him. Shui Rui chuckled and caught her finger to his lips. He also pecked it. The slightly sour medicine on her hand did not smell good, but he was reluctant to let go. Does your hand still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. What about your feet? It doesn't hurt anymore. Are you cold? Such a simple answer, even though it didn't mean anything, made Yu Shu's heart beat faster and faster. It invisibly gave her courage and made her let go of her reservations. She just wanted to be closer to him, even closer. Cold. She lifted the inner layer of the blanket and crawled into his bed. Before he could react, she reached out and hugged his waist, burying her face in his chest. She only had a layer of clothing on her body. Under the thin material, it was clear that her body was burning hot. Sticking to him like this, it was simply burning him. Big brother, we are husband and wife when we share the same bed. I only have you in my heart. Her voice was bitter. Shui Rui's heart fiercely pounded. He was still able to act like a gentleman earlier, yet at this moment, he'd forgotten all propriety, and his ears droned. When he returned to his senses, he'd already tightly embraced her. He held onto her back with one hand and held up her head with the other, then he impatiently bit her lips and covered the heavens and the earth as they intertwined, and they kissed to the point both of them were unable to catch their breaths. Ah shoo! He buried his head in her neck. His breathing was uneven and he was trembling slightly, as if he was trying his best to restrain himself. His moist breath drilled into her ears, wait for me. After I finish, I will come to pick you up and let you marry me. Yu Shu's heart trembled and her eyes became wet. On the way to escape, he did not ask her to stay, nor did he ask her to make a choice between him and her family. It was not because he did not want her to go with him, but because he understood her too well. So, he could not even ask her to stay. He was not afraid that she would refuse, but he was afraid that she would be put in a difficult position. This kind of care, how could she not love him? She wanted to give her life to him, but she had a large family behind her. There were more than a dozen lives, so she could not do as she pleased. She could only bear the pain and part with him. She also understood him. How could he let go of his father's death? This time, he left to make a comeback in the future. If he wanted her to wait, then she would go back and wait for him. Whether it was 3 or 5 years, or 10 or 20 years, with this hope, she believed that they would meet again one day. Okay. She wrapped her arms around his neck and fiercely bit his shoulder. Her tears silently fell, don't lie to me. I will wait for you to marry me. With this promise, it was better than 1,000 words. Both of their hearts were at ease. Chapter 769. In the morning, Jin-ku was the first to wake up. It had snowed heavily last night and had just stopped at dawn. There was a row of neatly hung icicles under the eaves and the empty space in the inn's back courtyard was covered in a layer of white. When he stepped in, it went over his shoe. He couldn't help but be glad that his foster father had foresight. They couldn't travel in this kind of weather. They would have to stay in this small town for a few days and wait for the snow to melt before leaving. He glanced at the closed door across from him and stepped into the kitchen. He boiled water and washed the rice, preparing to cook a pot of porridge for breakfast. Zhao Xiaozhu walked in with a yawn and put down the teapot and basin. He wrapped his clothes tightly around himself and complained to Jin-ku, "It was so cold last night that I almost peed on the bed." Did Godfather also wake up? He woke up earlier than me. Jin-ku pretended to casually ask, "Did you hear anything last night?" Ah. Zhao Xiaozhu rubbed the corners of his eyes and said in a daze, I didn't hear anything. What's wrong? Jin-ko waved his hand. It was the wind. I was afraid that I would disturb Godfather's rest. It's fine if you didn't hear anything. Oh. Zhao Xiaozhu took 2 steps towards the door and stuck her head out to look around for a while. Then she retreated to Jin-ko's side and muttered, "Eldest brother, foster father told me last night that Miss you might not be coming with us. Second brother must be very sad. I'm sure he hates us to death. If it wasn't for Godfather using Miss Yu to force that Jew fellow to change his sword, he wouldn't have ended up in a situation where he had to run for his life with us." Hearing this, Jin-ko slapped the back of his head. "You're talking nonsense again. Hurry and bring some hot water to help Godfather wash up." Zhao Xiaozhu cried out but didn't dare to talk back. He quickly poured half a basin of hot water. Jin-ko warned him worriedly, "Don't talk nonsense in front of Godfather." I know. Also, don't disturb your second brother and Miss Yu's rest. Let them sleep a bit longer." Okay. Zhao Xiaozhu didn't hear anything wrong with his words and left with the basin of water. In the guest room on the east side, the white snow reflected off the window. A faded mosquito net hung on the head of the simple wooden bed, and 2 pairs of boots were stacked under the bed. Yushu curled up in Shui Rui's arms. The quilt behind her was tightly tucked by him. It was so warm that she didn't want to open her eyes. Shui Rui used one of his arms as a cushion behind her head, and his fingers formed into a comb as he combed through her messy hair from time to time. He hadn't slept the entire night, but it wasn't that he didn't feel tired, it was just that he wanted to cherish this short period of time too much. With her by his side, how could he bear to fall asleep? Is it dawn yet? Yushu laughed softly. It's still early, let's sleep a little longer. Yushu opened her eyes and slightly raised her head. She could see the stubble on his chin and rubbed her forehead against it. It was prickly and itchy, and she couldn't help but think back to last night's affair. Her cheeks were slightly hot, and she leaned back against his chest. She lazily narrowed her eyes and said, "I'm not going to sleep. Why don't you talk to me?" "All right." At this moment, not to mention that she wanted to talk, even if she wanted the moon and stars, he would do his best to get them for her. "You said that the case of Ning Wang has been investigated to the end. Does Lu Hao have a chance to turn things around?" It was Yushu's first time. She wanted to be pretentious for a while and act spoiled to him, but with the impending separation, she didn't have time to talk about love. While Shui Rui was still here, she needed him to sort out the situation in Jing for her. It would be best if he could give her a few moves in preparation for the future. Whether or not Ning Wang can turn things around depends on whether or not my grandfather is willing to go all out. Shui Rui didn't beat around the bush with her, and he went straight to the point. Since the grand mention exposed my origins, it shows that he was prepared to deal with my grandfather, Shui Lingnan, since long ago. Once he makes a move, he'll surely uproot the Shui clan. And my grandfather probably already knows that my foster father was harmed by him and holds a grudge. If he is willing to go all out, he will definitely take the initiative and use the emperor's illness to help the new emperor ascend the throne. If the new emperor ascended the throne, there naturally wouldn't be anything to do with Ning Wang. Shui Rui was silent for a moment before carefully instructing, "After you go back, you have to be careful. It depends on who can monopolize power in the court. That person is the one with ulterior motives who is trying to usurp the throne. That person is also the mastermind behind Jing Chen's danger and the murder in LoveLore Library. Maybe it is my grandfather, or maybe it is someone else. No matter who it is, you have to stay far away from them. Protect your little life and wait for me to return." After a pause, he continued, "Now, only the great Tiandi can protect you, and only he won't harm you. You can feign civility with him, but don't get into conflict with him. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Yushu's chest was extremely stuffy. She said unhappily, "The Grand Tutor caused the death of your foster father. I hate that I can't take revenge for you. He actually wants me to go back and curry favor with him. I'm afraid that I won't be able to resist stabbing him in the back." After last night, she and Shui Rui had consummated their marriage. They should be husband and wife and be united against a common enemy. She originally didn't have any resentment towards the Grand Tutor, but after he personally revealed the truth of Shui Fu's self-mutilation, the more she respected Shui Fu's chivalry, the more she hated the Grand Tutor's ruthlessness. Shui Rui rubbed her furry head. "No matter how great the hatred, it isn't as important as your life. Listen to me and don't make me worry." Not wanting him to worry, Yushu held her breath and agreed. After Yushu asked what she needed to ask, it was Shui Rui's turn. "After you go back, the Grand Tutor will force you and Jingchen to get married and have children. Do you know what to do?" As soon as he said this, the delicate body in his arms suddenly stiffened. He sighed softly and hugged her tightly. He put his chin on top of her head and whispered, "If he forces you again, just say yes to him." Yushu was anxious and wanted to raise her head to speak, but he held her firmly in his arms and didn't let her raise her head. "Don't panic. Listen to me first." Shui Rui said calmly, "I asked you to say yes to him only as an expedient measure. The Grand Tutor is unscrupulous. I'm afraid that he will use your family to threaten you and force you to give in. Why don't you pretend to please him and let them prepare for the wedding first? You can think of a way to delay the wedding for 3 months. At most 3 months, I promise that the Grand Tutor will give up on letting you and Jingchen conceive the Destiny Grand Bone." Yushu was pleasantly surprised. "What do you think of?" "Yes." Shui Rui stroked her hair. "Shu, do you trust me?" "I don't trust you. Who else can I trust?" Yushu said in a muffled voice. "Then don't ask. Wait for my good news." Yushu only thought that he was afraid that she knew too much and couldn't hide it from the Grand Tutor when they went back, so she smartly didn't ask anymore. But because of this glimmer of hope, her heart lit up again. She and Shui Rui had skin contact, so naturally, she couldn't marry Jingchen again. But if the Grand Tutor threatened her with the lives of her family, she could only surrender. If she really married Jingchen, not only would she feel sorry for Shui Rui, but she would also feel sorry for Jingchen. With Shui Rui's promise, Yushu felt as if she had been pardoned, because he had never let her down. There was a period of silence between the two of them. When Shui Rui heard the commotion coming and going in the courtyard, he knew that he couldn't continue lying down like this. Otherwise, when someone came to knock on the door, it would make Yushu feel awkward. What's more, she came to find him wrapped in a quilt last night, and her coat was in the next room. "I'll go to your room to get your clothes first. Lie down and don't get up." After Shui Rui said this, he carefully lifted a corner of the quilt and got up, not letting the cold air blow on her. Yushu saw that he wasn't afraid of the cold as he sat on the edge of the bed and put on his clothes. There were suspicious red marks on his thin waist, which were clearly the marks she made last night. She couldn't help but blush. She wanted to bury her head in the quilt, but she couldn't bear to look at him. Shui Rui quickly dressed himself neatly, and when he turned around and saw Yushu's eyes were tightly closed, the corners of his mouth curled up as he bent over to kiss her rosy cheeks, and he didn't say anything as he covered the bed curtain properly before leaving. Shui Rui quietly went to Yushu's room and took out her clothes. He wrapped her up tightly and sent her back through the back window. Then, he returned to his room through the back window and uncovered the quilt on his bed. He found a blob of blood that was in the shape of a plum blossom on the mattress and used the dagger he always carried with him to cut it off. He carefully folded it and kept it in his pocket. Breakfast was a pot of salty porridge made by Jean Ku. The white rice soup and boiled dried meat were salty and smooth. Zhao Xiaozhu ran all over town and found a steamed bun shop. He bought 2 baskets of vegetarian steamed buns, which actually tasted pretty good. In the kitchen, Shuirui ladled a bowl of hot lean meat porridge for Yushu and put 2 large steamed buns on a plate. He brought them into her room without a change in expression. Zhao Xiaozhu curled her lips and rolled her eyes behind him. She was hit by Jin's iron palm again. What's with that look? Didn't you hear your second brother say that Miss you caught a cold? Zhao Xiaozhu muttered unhappily, Godfather also caught a cold. Why don't I see him being filial and only caring about women? You don't know shit. Jin scolded him verbally, but he sighed inwardly. He didn't think highly of Shuirui and Yushu as a couple. At this time, they were inseparable. Once they went their separate ways, it would fade away after a long time. In the end, it was just a one-night marriage. After Yushu finished her breakfast, she leaned against the headboard and chatted with Shuirui for a while. Then, she began to feel sleepy. Shuirui watched over her until she fell asleep. He quietly left the room, closed the door, and went to find Yunhua. Yunhua was sitting on the bed with her clothes on. She was holding a map drawn on sheepskin in her hand and frowning. When she saw Shuirui walk in, the worry on her face disappeared. She raised her head and smiled at him. She asked amiably, "Have you eaten breakfast?" Shuirui nodded and walked over. "You came at the right time. Look at this map. We are going to Rome City next, but the river is frozen. It's risky to take a shortcut. If we take a detour, we won't be able to rest for half a month. How do you think we should go?" Shuirui pushed away the map he handed over and said, "We won't go to Rome City. We will continue to the north. We will go to the northeast to seek refuge with the king of Dongjing." Yunhua's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. She raised her eyebrows and waited for his explanation. Shuirui said slowly, "The king of Dongjing, Jiang Huaying, and I are sworn brothers. 3 years ago, when I was traveling, I coincidentally saved his life. Later, His Majesty summoned the mother and daughter of the Jiang family to the capital and detained them. He used this to force Jiang Huaying to send troops to Dongying and make him cut off his own wings. I was also the one who arranged for the mother and daughter of the Jiang family to escape. Jiang Huaying is righteous and dissatisfied with the imperial court. He will rebel sooner or later. This time, I will take you to seek refuge with him. He will definitely welcome us with open arms." Yunhua looked at him with a complicated expression. He asked tentatively, "Are you going to help the king of Dongjing rebel by taking this path?" Shuirui sneered and replied, "Do you think I have another path to take? You used a fake book of Mystery Fairy's 6 wrens to deceive all of us and deceive the Great Tipping Point in exchange for my life. How can I let down your painstaking efforts?" Yunhua was speechless. He probably did not expect that his meticulous arrangements would be mercilessly exposed by Shuirui. That's right. From the beginning, he did not tell the truth to Yushu and Shuirui. He let them think that he carried the real book of Mystery Fairy's 6 wrens with him. He first tricked Yushu out of the city and then lured Zhu Muzhao here. It was not to exchange for the Chenjun sword, but for Shuirui. He had long guessed that Zhu Muzhao might have known about Shuirui's background. Because he was afraid of the great insight technique, he did not dare to rashly recognize Shuirui. After lying dormant for many years, he finally waited for Jing Qin to come to the capital and the person who broke his life to show up. Only then did he have the opportunity to meet Shuirui. Coincidentally, the Shui family committed a crime. Shuirui left the capital to handle a case. He asked Jin Ku to kidnap Shuirui, but he could not persuade Shuirui to leave with him. In the end, he let them return to the capital. Because Shuirui could not let go of the Shui family who had raised him, and he could not let go of his sweetheart, Yushu. Therefore, Yunhua set up a series of plans. He used a mysterious crystal book that he spent 10 years to forge to deceive them. With Zhu Muzhao's help, he forced Shuirui to let go of everything and leave with him. How did you find out? Yunhua asked. He could not figure out where he had exposed himself. After all, even Zhu Muzhao was fooled and thought that he had obtained the real Book of Mystery Fairy. Shui Rui laughed at himself. From the moment you were willing to exchange the Book of Mystery Fairy for my life, I guessed that the book was most likely fake. Titian was fooled because he mistakenly thought that in your heart, the life of my son would be more important than the Book of Mystery Fairy, but I did not think so. Later on, when we were fleeing for our lives, I looked on coldly. I didn't see you gloomy. It didn't seem like you were worried about the consequences of the Book of Xian Nyu falling into the hands of Titian. Jin Ku and Zhao Xiaozhu also looked indifferent. This made me even more suspicious. After thinking about it, the real Book of Xian Nyu should still be in your hands, so you were fearless. Yunhua smiled bitterly. He was more ashamed than proud to have such a smart son. Shui Rui did not care about his expression and continued to speak. What I can't figure out is why you took such a risk and did not do it for the Chunjun sword, but to force me to leave the capital city. What exactly is your scheme? Could it be that you knew about my relationship with Jiang Huaying, so you planned to bring you to him and help him rebel? Yunhua opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but because his throat was dry, it was difficult for him to speak. Seeing this, Shui Rui turned the map around and placed it beside his hand, indicating for him to use his finger to write on the blank space. Yunhua wrote, stroke by stroke, you guessed half of it correctly. Shui Rui asked, what about the other half? I did not know that you and Prince of Dongjing were old friends, but I predicted the general situation of the world. Looking at the stars at night, there will be war in the north, and the winner will be the king, and the loser will be the villain. With the appearance of the star of the left, it can help the trapped flood dragon to ascend to the dragon. Shui Rui stared at the tip of his finger, and his eyebrows twitched. He thought, the trapped flood dragon is undoubtedly referring to Prince of Dongjing, then who is this star of the left? You mean, I am the star of the left who can help Jiang Huaying seize the world? Yunhua nodded. Just like Zhu Muzhao's art of great insight, he also had a unique skill in physiognomy, which was also cultivated to perfection. He once saw Jiang Huaying from afar, and he indeed had the features of the 9-5. Looking at Shui Rui's physiognomy again, it was not difficult to conclude that he was the person appointed by the king of the northeast. Shui Rui was shocked, but he became suspicious again. Your goal is not to destroy the Book of Mystery Fairy, but to overthrow the imperial court. Yunhua only wrote 4 words, different paths lead to the same destination. The reason why the Dan dynasty could continue for 300 years was because of the Book of Mystery Fairy. It was a set of destiny, and everything was in the palm of its hand. On the surface, it was to promote the study of but in the dark, it was to manipulate the hearts of the people. The people of the world blindly believed in the theory of destiny, and they were foolish and did not think about making progress. The emperor of the Dan dynasty was mediocre and incompetent, and he was stuck in his ways. The officials in the imperial court were apathetic, and there were few who worked for the country and the people, but there were many who sought personal benefits. The Taoists ran amok, and under the cover of peace and prosperity, there was a country that was riddled with holes. As the saying goes, one lives in suffering and dies in peace and happiness. If the Book of Mystery Fairy was lost, how could the country not perish? Shui Rui stared at the blank space of Yunhua's finger. From his every stroke, it was as if he could see the ambitious Yunhua rushing to the capital city 20 years ago. He suddenly understood that the reason he stole the Book of Mystery Fairy was not only to carry out his master's orders, but also to look down on the world from a height that was beyond the reach of mortals, and to feel pity for the common people in the world. Shui Rui's heart trembled, and his blood surged. He knew that it was resonance. There can be no construction without destruction. Hearing this, Yunhua's eyes suddenly showed joy. He grabbed Shui Rui's palm and shook it excitedly. It was rare to have a confidant, not to mention that this was his biological son. Looking at Yunhua like this, Shui Rui's great resentment disappeared. Perhaps it was the nature of a father and son. The more he understood Yunhua, the less he could hate him. The barrier between the two of them disappeared unconsciously. Yunhua's expression became much brighter, and he wrote again, "Does Miss Yu know that the Book of Mystery Fairy is fake?" Shui Rui shook his head and said, "I didn't tell her." Yunhua carefully looked at his expression and asked, "Why didn't you tell her?" Shui Rui said with a cold face, "The great teacher is very sensitive. Didn't you also go through a lot of trouble to deceive him? Ah, Shu's cultivation is still shallow. If she knows that the Book of Mystery Fairy is fake, it will inevitably be discovered by the great teacher. I'm afraid that he will vent his anger on her. It's better to let him have a few more days of sweet dreams so that the marriage between Jing Qin and Ah Shu can be eased." Yunhua sighed at his good intentions, but at the same time, he cared about his other son. "Jing Qin is your younger brother after all. You two brothers must not turn against each other because of a woman." Shui Rui's eyes flickered, but he didn't express his opinion. Yunhua knew that he and Jing Qin didn't have much brotherly affection, so he couldn't force things. He sighed secretly and no longer tried to persuade him, lest he overreached himself and aroused his rebellious heart. After a deep conversation between the father and son, they determined their destination. Then, it was time to go their separate ways. When Yushu woke up, she saw Shui Rui sitting by her bed and looking at her quietly for a long time. She smiled at him, but her chest ached faintly. "Ah Shu, we are going to Ningdong City to seek refuge with King Dongjing. We will set off tomorrow morning. Let's separate here." As for why it wasn't the border town, but the northeast, how could she not understand him because their minds were connected? "Okay. I have 2 properties in the capital that don't belong to the Shui family. One is the Wangji Tower, and the other is the Nanlin lumber store in the west of the city. I'll leave them to you, along with a group of loyal servants." Shui Rui took off the purple jade bat that never left his side and carefully warned her. "This is a token. After you return to the capital, go to the Nanlin lumber store to find Gue De and explain the situation to him. He will do his best to help you. In addition, I've buried 50,000 taels of gold under the cellar of the Wangji Tower. It's my private property. Except for Lin Fu, no one else knows about it. You can take it as you wish." Yushu exclaimed, "Where did you get so much gold?" 50,000 taels of gold was equivalent to more than 500,000 taels of silver. Such a large sum of cash made people dizzy just by listening to it. "When I was traveling outside, I happened to find a local corrupt official digging a gold mine in the Liaodong area. It was at that time that I met Jiang Huaying and saved him. After he escaped from danger, he led his troops to seize the mine. In order to thank me, he gave me the gold he obtained from the corrupt official's property. The Jiang family was a vassal king. The gold found in his fief naturally belonged to him. As long as it was reported to the imperial court and the annual tax and harvest were paid, it would be considered a clear path." Shui Rui put the purple jade bat in her palm and said seriously, "This is my betrothal gift. Since you've accepted it, you can't go back on your word." The jade was cold, but Yushu felt that her palm was hot. She sat up from the bed and stretched out her arms to hug his neck. Her eyes were red as she said, "You've given me everything, but I have nothing to give you." Shui Rui chuckled and pulled the quilt over her shoulders. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "You've given me the best." He was not only referring to the fallen red, but the fact that she had wholeheartedly given him her body, which was the most precious thing. Before dawn, Jean Ke had already set up the carriage. He checked the water pouch and dry food before letting Zhao Xiaozhu help Yunhua out. Shui Rui stood outside Yushu's room for a long time. Jean Ke couldn't stand it anymore. He walked behind him and patted his shoulder. He whispered, "Why don't we leave later? You should at least say goodbye to Miss Yu." Rui took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He cleared his heart of reluctance and turned around. No need. Let's go. After Yunhua and the others left, Yushu stayed in the inn alone for 2 days. She waited until the snow melted and the sky cleared up. She hired a mule cart in town to send her to a nearby county town. She found an escort agency and rode on the carriage that carried the escort back to the capital. It had just passed the 15th Lantern Festival. Anling City was decorated with festive lanterns and streamers. The spirit of the new year had yet to fade. After entering the city, Yushu quietly left the escort team. She didn't return to the estate dejectedly. Instead, she first went to the Nanlin timber shop and met Shui Rui's confidant, Guide. When Guide saw the purple jade bat in her hand, he didn't say anything and invited her upstairs. He served her hot tea and hot water and called a young maidservant to help her freshen up and change into a clean set of clothes. After Yushu finished tidying up and rested for a while, she told Guide about Shui Rui's whereabouts. Brother Shui and his biological father left the capital. In order to avoid the imperial court's assassination order, they went to another place to take refuge. Before he left, he entrusted his business in the capital to me and asked me to find you to take care of it. Because Yushu had the purple jade bat in her hand, Guide didn't doubt her words. He only asked worriedly, "Then isn't my young master in danger now?" Hearing this, Yushu felt that this old servant was indeed loyal. She comforted him, "Don't worry. He went to a very safe place, but he won't be back for a while." She paused and asked Guide, "In the days that we left the capital, were there any unusual movements in the capital?" She and Shui Rui had both disappeared for 7 or 8 days. Titian would definitely think of a way to cover up for them. Her family was easy to fool, but it couldn't be hidden from the Shui family. She was afraid that Titian and Prime Minister Shui had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Guida's expression wasn't good. He told the truth. Young master disappeared on the 10th night of the new year. The next day, the Prime Minister of the Fu sent someone to Ning Wang Fu to ask for young master. He said that someone saw Ning Wang's bodyguards take young master away. Yushu frowned. Shui Lingnan was astute. How could he not know why Shui Rui disappeared? Just as Shui Rui expected, Shui Lingnan sensed that Shui Rui's identity was exposed. He didn't wait for Titian to make things difficult for him and made a preemptive move. Then what happened? Guide inquired clearly. Ning Wang was still imprisoned by the Minister of Justice. The Wang Fu was in a mess and couldn't hand over the person. The Prime Minister went to the Celestial Commissioner to ask for him. Of course, Ning Wang couldn't hand over the person. This gave Shui Lingnan an excuse to act up. He grabbed Ning Wang and wanted to go with him to Huajian Garden to see the Emperor. At this time, Titian could only come forward to stop them. He announced that the Emperor was recuperating and wouldn't see foreign officials. Chapter 770. The Qing Emperor had been ill from before the year to after. It was said that he had gone to Huajian Garden to recuperate, but anyone with a clear mind could see that the Emperor was not going to last much longer. Many people had been uneasy when Ning Wang was in charge of the country. They were afraid that Emperor Zhao Qing would suddenly die and Ning Wang would naturally become the next emperor. Thus, when the great advisor announced that Ning Wang would be in charge of the country, there were many objections. Who would have thought that Ning Wang would be exposed as having something to do with the 10th princess's sudden death? He was charged with murdering his own brother. After a few days of glory, he stumbled and lost the throne that had been at his fingertips. Thus, there was a situation of a group of dragons without a head in court. The remaining princes were restless, and a fight between factions was on the verge of breaking out. At this critical juncture, it was revealed that the eldest son of the Shui family had been captured by the people of Ning Wang Fu. Shui Lingnan went to the Directorate of Astronomy to ask for Ning Wang but failed. He wanted to drag Ning Wang to see the emperor, but was stopped by the Grand Advisor who said, "The emperor will not see foreign officials while he is recuperating." This time, it was like poking a hornet's nest. The country could not go a day without a ruler. Since the emperor did not care, then they should quickly appoint a crown prince. The calls for a neutral crown prince in court grew louder by the day. As the assistant ministers appointed by Emperor Zhao Qing before he left the capital, the Great Advisor, Prime Minister Yin, and Duke Jing's manners were almost trampled to the point of breaking. The Great Advisor, who had veto power over the appointment of the crown prince, was in a terrible fix by people and could not put up with it. One afternoon, Zhu Muzhao had just persuaded a few old officials who had come with them to leave when he heard a servant report that a spy had seen Yushu return to the manor. Zhu Muzhao's brows relaxed. He smiled at Ren Qiming, who was sitting below him. Fortunately, she didn't make a mistake. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me. Ren Qiming rose to pour more tea for him. Since she's back, let's arrange the marriage as soon as possible. If we delay any longer, who knows what trouble it will cause. That's right. Zhu Muzhao turned and sent someone to invite Yushu over for a chat. When Yushu returned to the mansion on Baochong Street, she found out that the night before she disappeared, Madame Tiao sent someone to deliver a letter. Her family only thought that she went on a business trip. When she came back, Xiao Hui complained, "You are so tired as a female official. You can't have a peaceful new year." Yushu didn't explain. Zhao Hui felt sorry for her, so she didn't ask more. She prepared food and drinks for her and asked her to go back to her room to lie down. After 1556, He Fangji's clinic reopened. Yu Xiaoxiu followed him to learn how to fill prescriptions during the day. After a while, when he heard that Yu Shu was back, he couldn't sit still. He asked for leave from He Fangji and ran home. Yu Shu's room was on fire. She just came out of the bath. Wearing a thin cotton-padded jacket, she lay on the Luohan couch and thought about things with her eyes half closed. And Beikue stood quietly behind her and dried her hair. When Yu Xiaoxiu arrived outside, a maidservant who was guarding the door reported, "Miss, the young master is here." "Xiaoxiu, come in." Yu Shu changed her expression and smiled at Yu Xiaoxiu, who had just entered the door. She pointed to the chair next to her and asked him to sit down. Yu Xiaoxiu had been studying medicine these days and knew a little. Seeing that Yu Shu didn't look well, he knew that she didn't have a good rest in the past few days when she was away from home. She looked a little exhausted. "Sister, I think you are tired this time. Rest at home for a few days. Let Godfather write a prescription for you. I will make medicine for you." Yu Shu shook her head and said, "There is no need to drink medicine if I am not sick. My body is good. I will be fine after a few days of rest." Yu Xiaoxiu pursed his lips and said, "Don't try to coax me. Godfather said that because we are young, we need to pay special attention to taking care of our bodies. Otherwise, when we get older, we will have a body full of illnesses that can't be cured. Especially you women, you can't bear to be tired. If you don't listen to me now, you will regret it in the future." Yu Shu stretched out her hand and poked his forehead. "You have only learned medicine for a few days and you are already lecturing me. You know that I don't have the patience to drink medicine. Later on, eat a few good meals and make up for it." When Yu Xiaoxiu saw that she didn't listen to his advice, he dejectedly drooped his head. He thought that in the end, it was because he was young and unreliable, and because he hadn't studied medicine yet, that Yu Shu didn't take his words seriously. He decided that one day, he would become a godly doctor like his grandmaster and make his sister listen to him. The siblings chatted for a while, and someone came outside to report that it was the Celestial Commissioner. He said that the commissioner was looking for her. Yu Shu's face became gloomy. She knew why the commissioner was looking for her in such a hurry, but she couldn't disobey. Seeing this, Yu Xiaoxiu worriedly asked, "Sister, what happened?" Yushu shook her head and sat up. I have to go out for a while. You guys eat dinner first, don't wait for me. After saying that, she asked Nbekue to go into the room and take out Kim Bao from the bamboo cage. The little thing accompanied her to escape from death, but this time, it didn't show its magic at the critical moment. At least it didn't get lost on the way to escape. She gave it to Yu Xiaoxiu and sent him away. Then, she combed her hair and changed her clothes. She sat in front of the dressing table and asked the maid to light the lamp. She put a thin layer of powder on her face, brushed a little rouge on her cheekbones, and put some lipstick on her lips to make her look better. Yu Xiaoxiu's words reminded her. Even he could see that she didn't have enough blood in qi, let alone the commissioner who was proficient in all kinds of disguise techniques. If he found out that she was no longer a virgin, she might not be able to live for 3 months. After dressing up, Yushu carefully looked at herself in the mirror. After confirming that there were no flaws in her face, she changed into the regular clothes of a female imperial official and went out with only Kuei-zi. Seeing the commissioner again, Yushu's mood was like a pot of hot oil. It looked calm on the surface, but as long as a drop of water fell into it, it would explode with a crackling sound. Zhu Muzhao first looked at her for a while. Because she was wearing the 7 stars ring, he didn't see anything wrong. He smiled and said, since you know that you are back, you must have agreed to the marriage with Jing Qin, right? Yushu sarcastically raised the corner of her mouth. What can I do if I don't agree? My family has more than a dozen lives. I'm afraid that if you don't agree, they will all be gone. More than a decade ago, when he just became the commissioner of the Celestial Commissioner, he dared to kill Shuizhou, who was the legitimate head of the Prime Minister's mansion, let alone her family. Zhu Muzhao didn't care about her bad attitude. He even comforted her, as long as you know your place, I can guarantee that your family will enjoy endless wealth. Hearing his promise, Yushu did not feel happy at all. She kept a straight face and said in a lukewarm tone, I agree to marry Jingchen, but the 3 letters and 6 rights must be accepted for good luck. Not a single one of them can be omitted. If I want to marry, I want to marry in a grand manner. Don't worry, Jing Chen is the Daozi of Duan, a relative of the emperor. He won't let you suffer any grievances in the marriage. As long as Zhu Muzhao was willing to agree, everything was negotiable. Moreover, the great bone of destiny was an object of creation. Yushu and Jing Qin had to formally become husband and wife and add a stroke on the book of marriage. Only then could it be conceived. Hearing this, Yushu knew that he already had a plan in mind. She asked, has the wedding date been set? Zhu Muzhao said, your 8 characters were personally chosen by me. It is a match made in heaven, a good marriage with many children and grandchildren. The wedding date will be on the 6th of the 3rd month. What do you think? Yushu sneered in her heart. Her 8 characters did not match her fate. How could he lie with his eyes open? Many children and grandchildren. In her opinion, it was more like having no descendants. Let's do it. She cleverly didn't immediately propose to postpone the wedding date. She was too impatient, and the great Tiao saw that her goal was to postpone the wedding and had no intention of getting married. There was still more than a month until the 6th of the 3rd month. It was much better than what she had expected. After discussing the wedding, Yushu boldly asked him a question. You have the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 rens, but it will take at least a year for the great bone of destiny to appear. If something happens to the emperor during this time, what will you do? The emperor and the great Zhao both insisted on using the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 rens to choose a successor, so they were slow to appoint a crown prince. However, Emperor Zhao Qing's body was getting worse. It was a problem whether he could live to see the great bone of destiny appear. Zhu Muzhao was calm and composed. Looking at Yushu's youthful face, he surprisingly confessed, there is no harm in telling you. His Majesty said that if he can't wait until then, I will support a prince to ascend the throne. When the great bone of destiny is in my hands, I will ask about this matter. If I choose the right person, it will naturally save a lot of trouble. If not, he only said this before stopping. Yushu could imagine what he was going to say next. She was shocked and felt that Emperor Zhao Qing and the Great Tiao were both crazy to make such a decision. How could the ruler of a country be changed so easily? Crazy, simply crazy. Yushu panicked and said, "You are telling me such a big thing. Aren't you afraid that I will leak it? You already know too much. It is not a big deal." Zhu Muzhao looked as if he was very confident about her. Yushu pursed her lips, bowed to him, and retreated. Zhu Muzhao did not stop her. He watched her leave coldly. Then, he sent someone to the princess's residence to inform Jing Qin. Yushu left the celestial commissioner with a heavy heart. On the way home, she suddenly understood one thing. Yunhua's insistence on destroying the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens was not only because she obeyed her master's orders, but also because she wanted to take revenge and vent her anger. The existence of the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens allowed the Celestial Commissioner to be ranked above the 6 ministries. The power in the Great Tiao's hands was superior to the civil and military officials. Even the imperial power was restricted by it. Even the power to appoint a crown prince was lost. This was a kind of abnormality. Imagine, after the previous emperors ascended the throne and found out the truth of their succession, would they be willing to be manipulated by the Celestial Commissioner? Yushu felt that they must be unwilling, but no matter how unwilling they were, what could they do? This kind of abnormality had been going on for hundreds of years. Why didn't any of the emperors protest? Presumably, they had no choice. Because removing the Great Tiao was equivalent to denying the legitimacy of their succession to the throne. Therefore, these emperors who were elected by the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens had no choice but to submit. And with such amazing power, the Celestial Commissioner promoted the E-School, supported the aristocratic families, and colluded with their interests. Gradually, she gained an unshakable position. Therefore, the emperors became more and more unable to act independently. One day, they would become puppets. Chapter 771. Catching insects, Yushu decided to visit Jing Qin yesterday. The next afternoon, she left the Chamber of Commerce and went directly to the plum forest in the east of the city. The plum forest was between Wanxiang Street and Changmenpu Street, so it was not a long walk. The plum flowers on the riverbank had already withered, and the trees were bearing small yellow-green fruits, which was very pleasing. Because in April, most people went to admire the apricots, and the plum flowers were neglected, so there were not many people on the riverbank. Yushu walked around the forest twice, but did not see Jing Qin. She secretly guessed that he had left, and could not help but feel a little disappointed. It was not easy to get to know such a powerful Taoist, but before she could find out anything about Longhu Mountain, he disappeared, and he did not even say goodbye. She regretted it so much. Yushu swung a branch that she had picked up from the ground in frustration. She lowered her head and walked back from the bridge. She didn't notice a white shadow flitting across the river. A few dragonflies skimmed over the water and disappeared into the forest behind her from the other side of the river. Little you. Yushu's footsteps staggered, and the wind blew over. She thought she was hallucinating, so she turned her head and saw an elegant white figure standing at the end of the bridge that she had just walked past. He was looking at her with his arms folded. Who else could it be but Jing Qin? Yushu was happy, and threw away the branch and trotted over. Hero Jing Qin, you didn't leave. Jing Qin shook his head. I haven't finished my business, so I can't leave. Did you come to find me? Yushu nodded. Yes, I came to see you. She added in her heart, to see if you were hungry. Jing Qin's brows furrowed, then relaxed. He smiled faintly, weakening the spring breeze on the river. Why does a man like him have such a beautiful smile? Yushu complained in her heart, but she also grinned at him. Her eyes wandered around his body, and then stopped. If she remembered correctly, she saw him a few times a month ago. He was wearing the same white robe, and he was still wearing the same robe. Other than the color being a little gray, there was nothing different about it. Don't tell me he hasn't changed his clothes for so long. These are my sex Daoist robes. I have 3, but they're all dirty. Hearing Jing Chen's serious answer, Yushu was embarrassed to realize that she had just asked the last sentence in her heart. She hurriedly pretended to be stupid and tried to make up for it. You still have clothes. I've never seen you carry a bag, so I thought you Taoist priests don't need to change clothes. Jing Chen said, there are servants at the mountain gate who wash the clothes. They have to be changed every other day. But it's inconvenient to go out, so I can only make do. He was a clean person, but he had no choice but to change his clothes when he was outside. Every night, he could only go to the river outside the city and soak his body in cold water so that he wouldn't get dusty. Yushu could hear the hidden helplessness in his words, so she blurted out, "Why don't I help you wash them?" After saying that, she wanted to slap him. How could a girl propose to wash a man's clothes, even if he was a Taoist priest? She could only look at Jing Chen, waiting for him to refuse. All right, follow me. Jing Chen turned around. He walked into the forest, so he missed Yushu's stiff expression. It turned out that a hero was also a human, and a Taoist priest was not an immortal. Jing Chen flew up and took a bag from the tree. He took out 3 gray robes and gave them to Yushu, saying, "Thank you." Yushu laughed dryly and took them. This time, she was not in the mood to yell at his qigong, so she rolled the 2 robes in her hands. Fortunately, although the clothes were gray, they didn't have a strange smell. Otherwise, she was afraid that her face would turn black. Then I'll bring them back when I'm done washing them. Well, no hurry. Jing Chen looked down at himself. I can still wear this for a few days. Yushu looked up and down, and her eyes fell on his slightly damp boots. She didn't want to continue this topic, afraid that she would be the first to take his shoes back to wash, so she changed the topic. Have you eaten today? Jing Chen turned to look at the dusk sky and said, Not yet. Yushu said, Do you still have the money for the bead last time? Jing Chen shook his head, took out an empty money bag from his sleeve, and squeezed it. No. Sure enough, she couldn't put too much hope on this little white guy. He was just wearing a layer of a hero's skin, so he didn't eat anything. 20 taels of silver would be gone in a month. If it wasn't for his luck that saved her, he would have starved to death sooner or later. Do you still have the bead? Yushu asked. If not, she still had 2 taels of silver on her, she could lend it to him first. When Jing Chen heard this, he thought for a moment, then reached behind his back and pulled out the sword with a shwa sound. The green light was piercingly cold, and Yushu was so shocked that she took a step back before she could stabilize her footing. She stood with 1 foot forward and 1 foot back, staring at the sword as if she was facing a great enemy. It was not that she was timid, but that she cherished her life too much. Now that she had been reborn, anything that could threaten her life would make her feel uncomfortable all over. Jing Chen's eyes slid over her body, and he lowered his head with a silent smile. He spun the sword in his hand half a circle, and the blade pointed towards himself. The security alarm was lifted, and Yushu stood up straight. She watched as Jing Chen's fingers nimbly untied a sword tassel hanging from the hilt of the sword. She didn't notice it before, but looking again today, Jing Chen's long sword with a black hilt and golden scabbard had an oblate carved jade pendant hanging on it. I'll have to trouble you to make a trip for me. He wanted her to exchange it for money. Yushu took the sword tassel, and turned it over and over to look at the jade pendant hanging in the middle. She knew it was unusual, so she hesitated and said, Such a precious thing, it would be a pity to pawn it. It's okay. Jing Chen's tone was light, as if it was not a piece of jade, but a stone. Yu Shu suggested, why not make it a living contract, and redeem it when you have money in the future? Jing Chen was puzzled. What is a living contract? Yu Shu patiently explained, the place where people exchange things for money is called a pawn shop. Pawn things are divided into a living contract and a dead contract. A living contract is less money, but you can redeem it with money in the future. A dead contract is more money, but if the thing is pawned, the boss can sell it to someone else. Even if you have money in the future, you may not be able to find it. Jing Chen was very interested in worldly affairs, so he listened to her carefully, and then said, it doesn't matter, you can do as you see fit. This person really knew how to be lazy and save trouble. Yu Shu cursed silently. Then let him be a living deed. This piece of jade seemed to be worth a lot of money, and there would be a lot of living deeds. It would be enough for him to use for another month or two. Yu Shu did not pay attention to the person in front of her as she thought. Jing Chen quietly looked at her for a while, and suddenly said, do you still have the yellow frost stone that I gave you last time? Yes. If you have nothing to do, rub it on your palm a few times. Oh, okay. Yu Shu nodded. She was holding a pile of dirty clothes, so she did not have the interest to ask Jing Chen about the scenery on Mount Longhu. She had nothing to say, and Jing Chen was not good at talking, so the atmosphere became cold. A cold wind blew. Yu Shu felt uncomfortable, so she had to say goodbye, then I will go back first. Jing Chen did not want to stay, go. Yu Shu turned around and walked for a while. When she got off the bridge, she suddenly remembered that Jing Chen had no money, so she had nowhere to eat dinner. She hurried back and wanted to give him the money she had left. But in the forest where he was just a moment ago, he was nowhere to be seen. She shouted a few times, but no one responded. She muttered a few words in confusion, and then hurried home after the sun went down. At night, the sky was clear. The master and the apprentice sat in a small courtyard and watched the stars. One was lying comfortably on a rattan chair, and the other was struggling to raise his head. See. Above the Big Dipper, the seventh star is called Pajuan. It is said that when King Zhou of the Shang dynasty died, this star became dark. It is a big killing star, responsible for the lives of husband and wife, children, and servants. It is the same as the 7 murders and the greedy wolf stars. On the contrary, if it is in the middle of the day, you will be promoted. If it is a woman's life, it will bring prosperity to the husband and children. Qing Jing did not speak fast, so Yu Shu listened carefully. She would ask him again if she missed something, so she did not deliberately write it down on paper. Moreover, the night sky was very beautiful, and the silver lake was full of stars. The posture was charming, as if there was a charming beauty in front of him. How could he be distracted? Everything is related to the stars. In the world, there are a few people who are accompanied by the stars, and they will have great achievements in the future. Qing Jing patted his knee and glanced at Yu Shu, who was rubbing her neck, and said, for example, the 4th Miss of the Ji family. It is said that when she was born, the sky was full of stars, and the summer cicadas were silent. The whole Yang city was shocked. Until now, more than 11 years have passed. She is indeed outstanding and extraordinary. When Yu Shu heard the title of the 4th Miss of the Ji family, her ears twitched. She asked curiously, Shifu, have you seen her? Qing Jing said, a few years ago, when I was in and out of the Ji family, I stayed in the Jingshi Hall. The Ji family wanted me to give pointers to the Xingxuan girl, so I deliberately took advantage of one of her mistakes and punished her to come to the Jingshi Hall to reflect. I saw that her aptitude was excellent, so I gave her pointers for a period of time. She did well and passed the Great Yen examination next year. When he mentioned it, Yu Shu suddenly remembered that when she had just met Qing Jing, this old man had said Xingxuan girl several times. In other words, he was disdainful of her inferiority. Come to think of it, this GC was one of the main culprits who harmed her life. A jade pendant killed a person. With such a preconceived notion, based on the principle of narrow-mindedness, how could Yu Shu have any good impression of this outstanding Xingxuan girl that Qing Jing spoke of? But Qing Jing didn't agree with her. He sighed again. Xingxuan girl is smart, gentle, and considerate. She is intelligent and perceptive, and she often buys wine to show her filial piety to your Shifu. If it weren't for your Shifu picking on you, how could I have accepted a disobedient, stinky girl like you? Yu Shu used all her strength to roll her eyes, but her face didn't turn black. She was already an adult, so how could she not understand that the old man was deliberately making fun of her? Didn't she just plucked a few strands of his beard the day before yesterday? 2 nights later, he was still holding a grudge, calling him stingy and refusing to admit it. Only she could get along with him. A stingy Shifu and a narrow-minded disciple. Was there anything more compatible than this? Alas! Hearing his heavy sigh, Yu Shu held back her laughter. In order to satisfy his vanity, she had to pretend to be jealous and said, "Don't sigh. It's just some wine. In the future, when I become rich, I will make a wine pool for you and let you swim in it." Didn't you just talk about King Zhou? That guy has a wine pool, and he also has a meat forest. Do you want it? The small courtyard was quiet for a moment, and then a curse burst out, mixed with a few muffled laughs. The stars in the sky looked down at the master and disciple bickering on the ground, blinking happily. Chapter 772. On the second morning after Yu Shu returned to the capital, Jing Qin came looking for her. She didn't have to go to the Imperial Astronomer's office to take attendance for 2 days. She didn't go anywhere but stayed at home, waiting for Jing Qin to come because she owed him an explanation. In less than 10 days, Jing Qin had actually lost a lot of weight. It was as if he was seriously ill. Even the slightly thicker clothes on his body could not hold him up. Yu Shu felt guilty. After the two of them met, she kindly led him to the small study room in the north wing and closed the door to talk. As soon as Jing Qin sat down, he lowered his voice and asked her, "Did my father and Shui Rui escape?" When she heard him ask this question, Yu Shu knew that he was more concerned about Yunhua and Shui Rui than he was about his resentment. So, as she told him with certainty, they have already escaped far away. Even if Shui Rui sent people to chase after them, they would not be able to catch up with them. Shui Rui, is he really my elder brother? Jing Chen's words were cryptic. He was hesitant, but he did not question it. It was obvious that he did not find it difficult to accept this fact. Yunhua ran away with Shui Rui, leaving behind this mess. Yu Shu had to clean it up for her. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and tell him the truth. When Yunhua went to the capital to take the imperial examination, there was already a first wife, Han, in my hometown. Brother Shui is Madame Han's son. He is 1 year older than you. Because Yunhua was attacked in the capital, mother and son were chased after. Madame Han was unfortunately killed. Brother Shui was lucky to escape and was saved by Uncle Shui, who was sent to Suzhou to be an official. In order to deceive people, he raised him as his own son. She took a breath and did not want the two brothers to be enemies, so she exonerated Shui Rui. Brother Shui and I only learned that he and Yunhua are father and son not long ago. It is our fault to hide such a big thing from you. Brother Shui originally planned to tell you personally after we destroyed the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 wrens. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. We were all deceived by Yunhua. We did not expect that Shui Rui had already found out his identity, forcing them to flee in a hurry. They did not have time to tell you the truth. After listening to the cause and effect, Jing Chen slowly furrowed his eyebrows and said self-deprecatingly, "It turns out that my father not only let my mother down." Yu Shu opened her mouth and wanted to defend Yunhua, but she found that she had nothing to say. Although it was Princess Liyue who snatched his love away and Yunhua was forced to be a heartless man, this did not mean that he was not wrong. After all, in the beginning, he knew that Princess Liyue disguised herself as a man to get close to him, but he did not keep a distance from her. In the end, it led to an ill-fated relationship. Jing Chen was indeed a little disappointed in Yunhua, but his temperament was indifferent. Whether he was happy or angry would not last long. Now that he knew the truth, the knot in his heart was solved, and he was no longer entangled in this. Moreover, he was more concerned about another matter at the moment. "Tell me, Shui Rui, you promised to marry me. Is it true?" Yu Shu nodded and said, "Yes, I promised him." Jing Chen did not feel surprised at all. Instead, he showed a bitter smile and said with slight bitterness, "The person you once said is Brother Shui, right? I can see that he has deep feelings for you. No wonder you are willing to entrust your life to him." In Rising Cloud Temple, when Shui Rui and Yunhua were at loggerheads, Shui Rui personally said that he wanted to live and die together with Yu Shu. At that time, Jing Chen realized that the two of them were not just siblings. This time, Yu Shu did not think of continuing to hide it from him. After he pointed it out, she admitted it calmly, "Yes, the person I was talking about is him." "Then why did you come back?" Jing Chen still had a glimmer of hope, so he asked cautiously. Yu Shu sighed secretly. She got up and walked to the window. With her back facing him, she said resolutely, "I came back because my family is here. I can't leave them alone. I promised Shui Rui to marry you because I had no other choice, not because I changed my mind and wanted to marry you. Jing Chen, I still say the same thing. You should give up. Don't end up like Princess Liyue." Her experience was so similar to Yunhua's. She was also forced to marry someone else. At this time, she could understand what Yunhua said about having no other choice. However, she did not want Jing Chen to follow in Princess Liyue's footsteps. He could not get what he wanted and would hate it for the rest of his life. Jing Chen was gloomy. Looking at her back, he sat for a while and then left. Not long after he left, someone came to the door. It was Prime Minister Shui who sent someone to invite Yu Shu to the mansion for questioning. Yu Shu was a little hesitant about whether to see Shui Lingnan or not. On one hand, she suspected that Shui Lingnan was the traitor who wanted to kill the Lifebreaker. She did not want to contact him in private. On the other hand, she felt that she should give an explanation to the Shui family for Shui Rui's disappearance. At least, she should let them know that Shui Rui was safe. She thought about it. She could hide for the first time, but she could not hide forever. So, she packed up and went to the Shui mansion. Thinking about it, Yu Shu had seen Shui Lingnan several times. No matter if it was at court or at the Land and Water Conference, she did not feel as uncomfortable as when she faced him. When she came in, Shui Lingnan politely let her sit down. Then he picked up the teacup and examined her without concealment. His eyes were steady and carried a bit of sharpness. At first, she could still force herself to be calm. Gradually, she felt uncomfortable, as if she had become a criminal and was being tried in court. "This old man does not want to beat around the bush with you. Tell me the truth, where is Qingbai now?" Yu Shu took a breath and said tentatively, "Didn't you say that he was captured by Ning Wang's people? You know it in your heart, why ask me?" When Shui Lingnan found out that Shui Rui had disappeared, the first thing he did was put the blame on Ning Wang. He used this matter to make a big fuss and incite people's hearts in order to force the emperor to appoint a crown prince so that he could support Lu Tan to take the throne. How much weight did Shui Rui's life and safety matter in his heart? Shui Lingnan was dissatisfied with her ambiguous answer. His face instantly darkened. The Shui family raised him for 20 years. It's better to raise a dog. Hearing this, Yu Shu knew that he didn't have much affection for Shui Rui. She didn't pretend to be obedient and retorted, even if you raise a dog, you can't just throw it away. The owner has to shed a few tears. If they don't feel sad, then that person is not even comparable to a dog. The father and son of the Shui family had also raised Shui Rui. Shui Rui's chivalrous heart made people respect him, but Shui Lingnan's coercion made people's hearts turn cold. She didn't have a good impression of Shui Lingnan. Based on his raising a dog attitude towards Shui Rui, there was no need for her to tell him that she was safe and sound. Shui Lingnan had never been talked back to like this by a junior. His eyes became more and more gloomy as he looked at her. He didn't show any anger. You're too arrogant. Do you think that I can't touch you just because you have a backer? Shui Rui's disappearance is related to you. If you don't tell me everything, don't think about leaving here. Yu Shu had always been amenable to coaxing but not coercion. She sneered and said, "What backer can I have? My backer is myself. If I was afraid of you, I wouldn't have dared to come here today. If you want to punish me, it's useless no matter what I say." That night at the Ascending Cloud Temple, the Grand Tipping Monk had put on such a grand show, so Shui Lingnan must have known that something had happened. He was as cunning as the Grand Tipping Monk. It would be a lie to say that he was concerned about Shui Rui's whereabouts, but the truth was that he wanted to pry information from her. No matter what he wanted to find out, she wouldn't say a word. Shui Lingnan frowned. He probably didn't expect Yu Shu to have such a bad temper. He couldn't bluff her, and he couldn't put down his face to say soft words. He gave up and warned her with a stern face, "Looking at your expression, that unfilial son must be safe and sound. I'll say this first. In the future, no matter who asks about his whereabouts, you must say that you don't know. If I hear that you make irresponsible remarks to others, I won't forgive you." After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and silently asked her to leave. Yu Shu was eager to leave. She hastily bowed to him to show her etiquette, lifted the corner of her skirt, and stepped out of the door. When she reached the corridor outside the study, a servant came to greet her and led her out of the courtyard. After walking for a while to the west, the garden was in front of them. Yu Shu suddenly stopped and asked, "Is third miss in the mansion now?" The servant didn't understand, so he nodded honestly. However, he saw Yu Shu turn a corner and walk into the garden. He hurriedly followed to stop her. "Miss, you're wrong. The gate should go this way." Yu Shu continued to walk forward and said with a smile, "Since you're here, you can visit your young miss on the way. You should quickly go and inform her." The Shui family was very strict with rules. They had never encountered such a random guest. They couldn't stop her, so they could only run faster to inform her. On Shui Rui's birthday, Yu Shu had strolled in the garden of the Prime Minister's estate, so she knew how to get to younger sister Shui's courtyard. She didn't need anyone to lead the way and found the place after a few turns. This was the real reason why she came to the Shui family today. At this time, Shui Jinchuan was drawing needlework in the room. She had just heard a servant running to report that Miss Yu was coming to visit her. Before the chief maidservant in her room could ask carefully, she heard a hearty voice coming from outside the courtyard. "Is younger sister Jinchuan here?" "I'm here to see you." When Shui Jinchuan heard that it was Yu Shu, she hurriedly put down the needle and thread in her hand. She swept away her usual gentle appearance and trotted out. Seeing the figure standing at the door of the courtyard, she was very surprised. Yu Shu called her again, and she hurriedly asked the old maid guarding the door to let her in. "You, older sister Yu, why are you here?" Shui Jinchuan stuttered when she was nervous. Yu Shu naturally held Qin Shi's hand and sized her up. yet when she saw Qinxi's expression was normal and didn't seem to be sad, she guessed that Qinxi hadn't heard of Shui Rui's disappearance, so she said with a smile, "I came to see you on the way. Come, let's go in and talk." She turned from guest to host and pulled her into the room. Shui Jinchuan lived in a corner of the Prime Minister's estate. Since the 10th princess died of illness 3 years ago, she had been neglected. No one came to see her all year round. Shui Lingnan had probably given up on this granddaughter a long time ago. She heard that Shui Jinchuan's mother was suffering from a mental illness and was sometimes good and sometimes bad. In this large Prime Minister's estate, she could only rely on Shui Rui to survive. Not long ago, the truth of the case of Prince Ning killing the 10th princess came to light. Although Shui Jinchuan's innocence was cleared, it couldn't make up for the harm she had suffered. Her intelligence might forever stay at the stage of a child. Shui Jinchuan was very happy to see Yu Shu, but she didn't know how to express it. She took out the pouches and handkerchiefs she had embroidered these days and showed them to her. Yu Shu didn't know how to do needlework, so she just picked up each one and looked at it. After praising her, Shui Jinchuan's face quickly turned red. She stuttered as she held up the best embroidered pouch and said, for Jijia. Yu Shu thanked her and tied it around her waist on the spot. Seeing Shui Jinchuan's smiling face, she felt a little better. Sitting down next to her, she held her little hand and said in a soft voice, "Your brother hasn't come to see you these days. Do you miss him?" Shui Jinchuan nodded and said obediently, "Brother has business and doesn't have time to come see me." "I understand." Yu Shu's eyes darkened. She put an arm around her shoulder and pretended to be relaxed. "Yes, he has gone to do business and may not come back for a long time. If you miss him, you can't cry." Shui Jinchuan asked in confusion, "Then when will he come back?" "I don't know, but he will definitely come back. Let's wait for him together, okay?" "Okay then." Shui Jinchuan didn't realize that Shui Rui had left. She simply remembered the agreement between Yu Shu and her. In the future, if someone told her that Shui Rui was missing, she would stubbornly believe that he would come back. Before Yu Shu left, she avoided Shui Jinchuan and called the head maidservant in her room to one side. She warned her sternly, "Your eldest young master and I are sworn brothers and sisters. I treat your young miss as my own sister. You have to serve her well, and there will be benefits for you. If something happens to her later, you must send a letter to the Yu residence on Baochong Street." In order to prevent this maidservant from messing things up, she didn't mention Shui Rui. She gave her a banknote and coaxed her. Only then did she leave with peace of mind. She wasn't afraid that this maidservant would turn around and run back to Shui Lingnan to imitate her. Later, when the news of Yu Shu trespassing into the backyard to see Shui Jinchuan reached Shui Lingnan's ears, she had already disappeared. The great tutor acted quickly. A few days after Yu Shu agreed to the marriage, a noble madam of the imperial family came with a matchmaker to propose marriage. Jing Chen's birth mother, Princess Liyue, was the beloved daughter of the late emperor. He himself was a relative of the emperor and was valued by the current emperor as an official. If Emperor Zhaoqing hadn't moved to Huajian Garden to recuperate, this marriage would have been arranged by the emperor himself. The noble madam of the imperial family was above the third rank and couldn't be easily ordered around. The fact that she was willing to lower herself and come to the Yu residence to propose marriage was enough to give Yu Shu face. It could be seen that the great tutor didn't do it perfunctorily. When Zhao Hui heard that someone had come to propose marriage, she panicked and didn't know what to do. Yu Shu, who was sitting next to her, was calm and didn't seem surprised at all. She first ordered the maidservants to invite the guests to the inner courtyard, and then turned to Zhao Hui and said, "I agreed to this marriage. You also know that person, it's Jing Qin." Zhao Hui felt as if a muffled thunder had hit her. Dizzily, she grabbed her arm and said incoherently, "Why did you only tell me about such a big thing? I didn't even prepare for it, and you agreed just like that." Have you thought it through? Do you really want to marry that young Master Jing? Yushu supported her and faintly smiled. She avoided the topic and focused on the trivial: men and women should get married when they're of age. After the new year, I'll be 18. If I don't get married, I'll be an old lady. Didn't you already prepare my dowry? But, Xiao Hui didn't know what she wanted to say. Looking at Yushu's smiling face, she felt that something was wrong. Before she could figure it out, she was urged by Yushu to go into the room to change her clothes. Since someone has come to propose marriage, it's not convenient for me to show myself. Mother, go see the matchmaker. You only need to agree to the marriage. Everything else will be handled according to the rules. Xiao Hui was forced to sit in front of the royal madam. She had long forgotten her previous doubts and only focused on dealing with the groom's family. The matchmaker had a glib tongue. He first praised Yushu and Jing Qin before mentioning the marriage. Although Yushu had agreed, Xiao Hui refused to be careless. She forced herself to ask all the questions she needed to ask. The royal madam didn't look down on her, a common woman, nor did she care that she was the groom's godmother. She spoke to her in a friendly manner, with an attitude that as long as Yushu was willing to marry, everything could be discussed. This made Xiao Hui feel more at ease. She took out Yushu's Gingshan 8 characters and exchanged it with the groom's family. This was considered as an official marriage. In the evening, He Fangji and Yu Xiaoxiu came back. They heard from Xiao Hui about Yushu's marriage. They were very surprised. He Fangji was fine. After all, he knew Jing Qin, so it wasn't difficult for him to accept it. However, Yu Xiaoxiu looked defeated. He turned around and ran to the north to ask Yushu for confirmation. Sister. You want to marry brother Jing? Yushu was in the study, flipping through the account book sent by Nanlin Lumber Company yesterday. She raised her head to look at Yu Xiaoxiu, who had rushed in, and expressionlessly said, I'm going to marry him, what's there to be surprised about? Yu Xiaoxiu closed the door tightly and walked to her. He put his upper body on the desk and tiptoed closer to her. He lowered his voice and said, If you marry brother Jing, what about brother Shui? Yushu was stunned. She didn't expect him to say this. Yu Xiaoxiu saw that she didn't say anything. He scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. Sister, don't you like brother Shui? I can see that he also likes you. Does he know that you are going to marry brother Jing? Did the two of you quarrel? The rumor that Shui Rui had been kidnapped by Ning Wang had spread through the court. A child like Yu Xiaoxiu who didn't know the affairs of the world knew nothing about it. He hadn't heard that something had happened to Shui Rui, so he had such naive thoughts. Yushu smiled bitterly. She thought that she and Shui Rui had concealed their relationship well, and everyone thought that they were siblings. However, Yu Xiaoxiu, who was only half an adult, had seen through it with a single glance. How old are you to know what it means to like someone? She poked his forehead with her index finger and pushed him away. She lowered her head and continued to study the account books. Although Namlin Lumber Shop wasn't eye-catching in Jing City, it made tens of thousands of taels every season. This was mainly because Shui Zhao had bought and rented a large piece of forest in the south. He didn't lack raw materials. Later, he handed it over to Shui Rui to manage. He didn't hesitate to hire a group of skilled craftsmen. Whether it was furniture making or civil construction, they could take care of everything. Jie Jie. Yu Xiaoxiu called out a few times. Yushu didn't pay attention to him and deflated like a deflated bowl. He didn't have the courage to pester her and left dejectedly. Yushu heard the sound of the door closing and sighed softly. Aunt Chui was the last person in the family to know about Yushu's marriage. She found out from Xiao Hui about Jing Chen's family background and character. She was overjoyed and didn't complain about Yushu acting on her own. She was happy that her daughter had climbed up a high branch and was going to be the emperor's niece-in-law. That night, she impatiently went to find Yushu and said, "My good daughter, Jinjin, has worked hard to find such a good son-in-law for me. That third son of Assistant Minister Yinsfu is nothing. He's not even fit to carry my son-in-law's shoes. You didn't agree to his family at the beginning. So you had intentions. Mother has wronged you. Quickly tell mother that young Master Jing is the emperor's nephew. How much betrothal gift should he give to his wife? Are you going to move to the princess mansion to live in? I have to remind you that you have to leave the residence we are living in to Xiaoxiu in the future. You can't let an outsider take advantage of it." They had only just begun and she was already calling him son-in-law. It was clear that she was extremely satisfied with this marriage. After the joint trial of the three courts, Aunt Shui clearly saw the evil of her former master Yin Zhurong's family. She understood Father Yu's good intentions in the past. She suddenly repented and finally settled down. She no longer opposed Yushu. However, a leopard can change its spots but a leopard can't. Deep down, she was still a bitter and petty woman. Chapter 773. The day after the engagement, Yushu returned to the Celestial Commissioner to cancel her leave. She had been absent from work for more than 10 days. It was just in time for the new year, so no one suspected her whereabouts. After the new year, Kunling Bureau suddenly became idle. Most of the official marriage documents had been sent out by Yushu before the new year. The Kun register stopped again and again, so there was nothing to do. When Shaoan saved money and finally bought a small courtyard with 2 entrances in the south of the city. When he saw Yushu, he told her the good news of moving. He could not repay Yushu for her support and could only do his best to work under her, hoping that in the future, he would be able to take his suffering mother out of the Wenchen family and live out the rest of her life. After Yushu sat down, he placed the hot tea that he had just brewed in a position where she could reach it. He took 2 steps back and said in a small voice, "This subordinate has something that I do not know if I should say." Yushu lifted the lid of the tea and raised her chin at him. She listened to him talk about the 13th day of the first month, when Xue Lingnan had run to the Celestial Commissioner to ask for her. He had been in the prison at the time and knew more than Gue de Yushu immediately straightened and let him recount the events in detail. It turned out that after Xue Rui disappeared, Xue Lingnan had insisted that it was Ning Wangfu who had kidnapped Xue Rui. Ning Wang had not been convicted for the 10th princess case and had been detained by the Imperial Commissioner. Xue Lingnan had confidently found the great Tiandao to argue. In order to appease him, the great Tiandao had taken him to the Imperial Commissioner to confront Ning Wang. "I know someone in the Imperial Commissioner and heard privately that Ning Wang and Xue Darren had quarreled that day." Ning Wang not only did not admit that he had sent people to kidnap Xue Darren, he angrily called Xue Darren a traitor and said that he wanted to drag Xue Darren with him to Huajian Garden to see the emperor. This was different from what Guede had said. The one who wanted to see the emperor was not Xue Lingnan, but Ning Wang. Ning Wang had killed the 10th princess. The evidence of his crime was clear. How could he have the face to see his emperor? He probably knew that Emperor Zhao Qing was beyond cure. If he didn't fight with all his might, he wouldn't have another chance. Since Yushu knew about this, she decided to support a puppet emperor and wait for the tie bone of destiny to appear. Prince Ning was the first to be abandoned. The 9th prince, Lu Tan, who was backed by the Xue family, was also not considered. The remaining candidates were the 8th prince, Lu Du, and the 12th prince, Lu Chan. These two were equally mediocre and their mother's family was not prominent. Even if they became the emperor, in the future, the Book of Mystery Woman 6 Rens would predict that the emperor would be someone else, and it would be easy to overthrow them. How would the big clue point choose? Yushu pondered for a while and gave up trying to figure out the big point. In any case, she would rather die than let anyone take her child as a destiny grand bone. She also believed that Shui Rui would definitely have a way to stop her marriage with Jing Qin. Before that, she had to find something for herself to do. When Xiao En saw Yu Shu suddenly stand up and walk out with her cloak, he quickly went forward to roll up the curtain for her and asked, "Where are you going at this time?" Yu Shu turned back and smiled at him. "Previously, the big clue point gave me a task. I have completed it and am now going to ask for a reward." When Xiao En was more perceptive now, how could he not hear the hidden meaning in her words? However, he did not ask more. After sending her to the door, he turned back to study the notes he had obtained from LoveLore Library. He always remembered Yu Shu's advice and did not waste his time. When Yu Shu arrived at Taishi Lu, the big clue point saw that she was amiable. Needless to say, he knew clearly about the matchmaker's proposal yesterday. Taking advantage of his good mood, she begged him. "You were also present at the joint hearing between the three courts. My family's ancestors can be said to be the inheritors of the Book of Changes. My grandfather's grandfather's grandfather used to be an official in the Celestial Commissioner. This matter can be verified by the Imperial Commissioner. My family has had 2 Book of Changes in 7 generations. It has been 100 years, and I am the Deputy Chief of the First Bureau. Logically speaking, Mayu family is qualified to be called the Book of Changes aristocratic family, right?" The Grand Preceptor listened to her spouting a bunch of nonsense, finally boasting shamelessly about calling it an aristocratic family. He could only treat it as a joke and teased, "This seat has never heard of anyone who dares to carry the title of an aristocratic family. Why not? I can afford it," Yu Shu said calmly. The Titian raised his eyebrows and asked her, "Do you know that in order to be called an aristocratic family, apart from those rules and regulations, you must first offer a unique skill to the Celestial Commissioner, and then pay 100,000 taels of tax before you can exchange for an aristocratic family plaque? In other words, if you are willing to teach your unique skill to outsiders, do you have that much money?" Yu Shu had already made up her mind. She didn't feel the pinch as she said straightforwardly, "I can't offer the death-severing mystic art, but I have more than one secret art that I can offer. As for the 100,000 taels of silver, I'll just pool it from various places. As long as you say a good word for me and don't let the Imperial Commissioner make things difficult for me." This time, the Titian finally knew that she wasn't joking. She really wanted to be called an aristocratic family. He thought about it and couldn't refuse. After all, if she obediently returned to the capital and got engaged to Jing Qin, he would give her a stick. If she wanted a name, he would give her a name. If she wanted benefits, he would give her benefits. If she didn't have any desires, he would be worried. "Since you are begging me, I will make things convenient for you. I will inform the Imperial Commissioner. When you collect the money, you just need to report it. No one will make things difficult for you." The Titian gave Yu Shu a guarantee. She was sure that she wanted to be called an aristocratic family. However, Yu Shu didn't just want the title of an aristocratic family. She wanted to use this title to open the great exchange shop. Shui Rui had already paved the way for her, so how could she waste his efforts? As soon as Yu Shu got home, she was called over by Zhao Hui to discuss her marriage. In Zhao Hui's view, if Yu Shu married into the princess's residence, she would undoubtedly marry into a noble family. It was necessary to prepare a generous dowry so that she wouldn't be looked down upon by outsiders. However, the problem was that Yu Shu was the head of the family. If she married away, would the family be divided? How would they be divided? Zhao Hui told her concerns to Yu Shu. Yu Shu said without thinking, "If we don't separate, why should we separate? Even if I get married in the future, I will still be the head of the Yu family." In the whole Yu family, there were only her and Yu Xiaoxiu. If she wanted to be called an aristocratic family, she must shoulder the burden of being the head of the family. There were precedents of female families in Dawn. Her move wasn't shocking, but it would at most cause criticism. Sure enough, Zhao Hui wasn't surprised after hearing it. She only worried about her. You are so strong. What if young Master Jing Chen doesn't like it? Yu Shu said indifferently, if he doesn't like it, I will just break off the engagement. Zhao Hui was stunned. Break off the engagement. Seeing that her expression wasn't right, Yu Shu quickly laughed. I am just joking. He won't be unhappy. Zhao Hui became suspicious. Are you serious with me? Do you like this marriage or not? Why do I feel that you don't care about it at all? If you don't like it, you should make it clear as soon as possible. Don't wait until it is too late to regret it. How could I? Yu Shu laughed dryly and stood up guiltily. I'll have to trouble Mother to help you with the dowry. I'll go back and ask Yundo to send the key to my storeroom over. You can take it or use it. After saying that, she hurriedly slipped away. Zhao Hui couldn't even stop her. In the north wing, Yu Shu took out a foot-long red lacquer box from the secret compartment behind the bed and opened it on the bed. The box was divided into 2 layers. On the first layer, there was a stack of banknotes neatly stacked. The smallest denomination was 100 taels. On the other layer, there were house deeds, land deeds, warehouse keys, and so on. These were her family's assets. In addition, there were a lot of silver and copper coins, antiques, paintings, jades, and jewels in the warehouse. 1 month ago, she wouldn't even think about exchanging 100,000 taels for a nameplate of an aristocratic family. But Shui Rui handed over all his assets to her. With the 50,000 taels of gold hidden under the wine cellar of Wangji Building, she dared to talk big in front of the big suggestion. Yu Shu took out the stack of banknotes. Inside were the profits Pei Jing gave her after clearing the crystal business before the new year. Together with her previous savings, it was a total of 100,000 taels. She counted it twice and put the extra banknotes aside. Then, she took off the purple jade bat that she wore and put it in the bottom of the lacquer box. This was the token that Shui Rui left for her. After seeing it, Guide handed over all of Shui Rui's assets to her without saying anything. She no longer needed it as a witness. She was afraid of accidentally losing it, so it was better to hide it. She put the lacquer box back into the secret compartment and took the extra banknotes to the outside room. She called Yundo and said, "There are 3,000 taels here. Send it to Madam along with the key to my warehouse and ask her to help me buy my dowry. If Madam asks, just tell her that I said half of the valuable things in the warehouse are for Xiaoxiu. The other half is up to her. I don't need you to do anything for now. Just help Madam." When Yundo heard this, tears fell from her eyes and she suddenly knelt down in front of Yu Shu. This servant was originally Madam's maidservant. I was lucky to have the opportunity to serve you. This servant admits that I am not as smart as Sister Xan, and Sister Lin, and I am not as likable as Sister Xiao Kuei. However, this servant dares to swear that when it comes to loyalty, this servant does not lose to any of them. This servant is willing to not marry and serve you until you grow old. However, when Miss marries, please bring this servant along. Don't leave this servant behind. Yu Shu was a little surprised to hear this from her. One must know that Yundo was an honest person and had never been clever. Ever since she became rich, she bought many servants in the residence. There were many who were smarter and more diligent than Yundo. The reason why Yu Shu had always put her in an important position and let her manage the affairs of the North Palace was mostly because of Zhao Hui and old Madam He. Yundo had never expressed her loyalty in front of her. The other maidservants in Yu Shu's courtyard, who didn't rack their brains to get close to her. "Miss, I beg you." Yundo was afraid that she would not agree, so she knelt 2 steps forward and hugged her leg as she begged. Yu Shu laughed involuntarily and coughed lightly. She didn't hurry to let her get up and instead earnestly said, I have the final say in the entire Yu residence. You don't have to suffer if you follow me here, but if you go to the princess residence, we will become outsiders. You will inevitably suffer with me. How can it be compared to staying in the residence? I've already told Godmother that you will be managing by her side for now. Later, she will choose a good family for you, return your slave status, and reward you with a dowry. Isn't it good for you to get married with a clean name? Yundo shook her head without hesitation and wiped away her tears. She raised her head and resolutely said to Yu Shu, this servant has been following a trafficker for as long as I can remember. In between, I was sold a few times before I went to Madam's side. Originally, this servant's life was meant to be a servant. Who would have thought that one day I would follow Miss and actually live a luxurious life? This servant only feels that this life has not been lived in vain. Although I'm a lowly person, this servant doesn't feel the slightest bit wronged. Instead, my heart feels extremely at ease. I don't have to worry about not having food to eat when I open my eyes, and I don't have to run around every day to make a living. Why should this servant get rid of my slave status and marry a man who I know but don't know his face? Who knows what kind of hard days I will have to live for the rest of my life? She said so much, but in summary, there was only one sentence, following you will have meat to eat. After listening to this, Yu Shu smiled and reached out to pull her up from the ground. She took out the handkerchief pinned to her lapel and wiped her face while saying, I said that you are honest. You are really honest. You dare to say such words. Aren't you afraid that I will misunderstand you as a greedy villain and hate you from then on? Forget it. Since you have such loyalty, in the future, follow me well. Yundo's tears turned into a smile. She stood obediently and waited for Yu Shu to wipe her tears before reaching out to take the handkerchief. She squatted down and said, this servant will go to Madam's side to help. Yu Shu waved her hand and let her go. The princess residence. The matter of Jing Chen's marriage was not publicized or deliberately concealed. There were instructions from the higher-ups. The people from the Ministry of Rites came to the princess residence every 2 or 3 days to prepare betrothal gifts. This commotion naturally alarmed Shui Yun. She went to ask the chief steward and was told that Jing Chen's marriage was approaching. For a moment, she was at a loss of what to do. When she asked in detail that the person he was going to marry was actually Yu Shu, she felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck down from the clear sky, blasting her to pieces. In a panic, Shui Yun had someone push her to Shufeng Pavilion. She found Jing Chen, who was practicing his swordsmanship, and anxiously asked him with a pale face, Xixiang, you want to marry that Yu Lianfeng? Jing Chen did not pay attention to her. His clothes were thin and his body was like the wind. The sword shadows in his hands intertwined and formed a hazy green light. She did not know why her heart palpitated. Every move merged with heaven and earth. It was actually a situation that could only be seen when swordsmanship had reached perfection. But Shui Yun did not pay attention to this. She thought that he had tacitly agreed. She put her hands on her knees and held back her scream. She asked him with a trembling voice, why? Why do you want to marry her? Did she force you? Did she use the matter of losing her life to threaten you and force you to marry her? Jing Chen's wrist paused and he fell from midair. The celestial being realm just now was like a flash in the pan, disappearing without a trace. He turned around and raised his sword. With a move of strong wind-sweeping lotus, the sword chi went straight for Shui Yun's face. However, when the sword approached, it was deflected layer by layer and stopped right between her eyebrows. If it had gone forward half an inch, it would have chased after her soul and taken her life. You are wrong. It is not her who forced me. I forced her. The blood drained from Shui Yun's face. Jing Chen moved the sword away and raised his arm to wipe the blade with his sleeve. Only then did she see clearly that the sword in his hand was not a sharp sword, but a rusty dagger. It was so blunt that she could not tell how old it was. What do you mean by this? She was so smart that she could guess the truth in the blink of an eye. However, she was not willing to face it. Jing Chen glanced at her struggling expression and coldly said, "Haven't you always wanted to know the method to break her life? Let me tell you, the great calamity of peace must be husband and wife to the person who breaks her life in order to break her life." Shui Yun gasped for breath and clutched her chest. She stared at him in disbelief and said, "How could that be? Did you make a mistake somewhere? You don't have to marry her. There must be some other way, right?" "There is no other way." Jing Chen mercilessly pierced through her delusion. Looking at her as if she had lost her parents, he did not say anything to comfort her or provoke her. He walked around her with his sword in hand. "Senior brother." Shui Yun suddenly called out to him and shouted at his back, "Now both of your wishes have come true. I know you admire her and she also likes you. If it weren't for me getting in the way, you two would have already become a couple. I'm afraid this is what you think in your heart. That's why you always despise a cripple like me. You want to drive me back to Mount Longhu so that I won't ruin your happy occasion. Jealousy could drive a person crazy." In the end, she still had not given up on Jing Chen. She had dragged her crippled legs and refused to return to Mount Longhu to receive treatment in order to win his sympathy. She hoped that he would change his mind, but who would have thought that this would be the result of her enduring humiliation? Jing Chen stopped and turned around to say, "I don't hate you. On the contrary, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you stopping me, I'm afraid I would have already harmed her." In the beginning, he and Yu Shu were in love with each other. If it weren't for Shui Yun forcing him to cut off his feelings, he and Yu Shu wouldn't have fallen out, and there wouldn't have been any twists and turns later. Now he should be glad that Yu Shu didn't have him in her heart. She wouldn't be sad because of him, and she wouldn't have any regrets because of him. After saying this, he walked away. Even though Shui Yun cried her heart out, he never looked back. There was one thing to mention. When Yu Shu went to the Celestial Commissioner's office to declare her aristocratic family, she didn't encounter the slightest bit of trouble. The scribe had already checked the background of the Yu family's great-grandfather, who used to serve as a Celestial Commissioner, and matched it with Yu Shu's. Then, he made a copy of the residence card, genealogy, and other official seals that she brought with her. Then, he took it to Chao's willing to ask for the official seal. In the end, Yu Shu paid the 100,000 taels for the plaque and submitted the rule of clear and rain that she had researched herself. The official personally reviewed it. In less than 3 days, she successfully applied for the title of the Yi Shui aristocratic family. After that, the Celestial Commissioner sent a letter to the Secretariat to have someone create a brand new aristocratic family plaque for the Yu family. The day the plaque was changed and unveiled would be the day the Yu family would be officially recognized. For this reason, Yu Shu specially found a piece of purple mist fragrant nanmu from the Southern Woods lumber shop and sent it to the Secretariat to make a plaque. After the plaque was completed, it was hung on the courtyard. Every time one passed by the door, there would be a refreshing fragrance, which was very rare. The news that Yu Shu wanted to be called an aristocratic family wasn't a secret in the Celestial Commissioner. When it was spread out, some people laughed at her for being arrogant and conceited. A woman without any background dared to call herself an aristocratic family. Some people also praised her courage. After all, 100,000 taels was not a small amount, but she took it just like that. However, more people saw the Secretariat standing behind Yu Shu and supporting her. Therefore, although Yu Shu's move was criticized, no one jumped out to criticize her. Along with this news, her marriage with Jing Chen was also spread. The marriage between Daozi Den and female envoy Miao Ling, who was personally appointed by the emperor, was a good story in itself. Coupled with the Secretariat's deliberate embellishment, it quickly became known by everyone. That afternoon, Yushu left early and walked out of the Celestial Commissioner's door. When she was about to take the sedan chair to Wangji Tower to meet the group of workers, a fast horse rushed over on the street and blocked her way. Yushu opened the curtain and saw Feng Xiaomiao, who she hadn't seen for a long time, riding on the back of a horse. His eyes were burning with anger as he glared at her and shouted in a low voice, "You Lianfeng, I used to think highly of you, but I didn't expect you to be such a heartless woman." Yushu frowned as she guessed in her heart that he was feeling indignant for Shui Rui, and she couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Why is it that it isn't just Yu Xiaoxiu who's able to see through my relationship with Shui Rui? Even that idiot Feng Xiaomiao has noticed it. Xiaomiao, if you have any grievances against me, let's go to a quiet place and talk, okay? Fortunately, Feng Xiaomiao wasn't a person who would pester endlessly. Although he was angry, he knew that they were outside and those words couldn't be said carelessly. Therefore, he angrily followed her sedan chair and went to Wangji Tower. Now, Wangji Tower was an empty building. The door facing the street had been closed for a few months. Many people wanted this piece of land and came to inquire about renting it. There were also people who were willing to pay a sky-high price to buy the entire restaurant, but they were all rejected. The shopkeeper, Lin Fu, and the others were still living in the backyard, so they became a group of idle people. Yushu just came a few days ago and brought the news that Shui Rui was safe. She comforted everyone and told them that she wanted to open a great exchange hall here. Because Shui Rui had mentioned this a long time ago, no one was against it. They all expressed that they were willing to work under Yushu and wait for Shui Rui to come back. Seeing that she brought him here, Feng Xiaomiao's expression softened a little. He knew that this was Shui Rui's property. If Yushu really did something that let Shui Rui down, she wouldn't have the face to come here. Yushu invited Feng Xiaomiao to the East Tea Room. After sitting down, she took the initiative to ask him, "Just now on the street, why did you say that I was heartless?" Feng Xiaomiao held back his anger and said, "We don't know whether Brother Rui is alive or dead. Not only are you not anxious to find him, but you are also engaged to someone else. I said that you are heartless. How did I wrongly accuse you?" Yushu said, "I am more anxious than anyone when something happened to Brother Rui. But my marriage was personally decided by the Emperor before he left the capital. No one can interfere. Even if I don't want to get married, I can't disobey the Emperor's order." Feng Xiaomiao was shocked. He never thought that the Emperor arranged the marriage. He didn't doubt Yushu's sophistry and said blankly, "If you get married, then what about Brother Rui?" Yushu couldn't show the pain in her heart. She pretended to be confused and asked him, "If I want to get married, what does it have to do with Brother Rui? What do you mean we're not related? Aren't the two of you?" Feng Xiaomiao suddenly became mute. He was slightly unable to make up his mind. Did I misunderstand the relationship between Shui Rui and Yushu? Aren't they a couple? But he clearly saw Shui Rui being gentle and careful towards Yushu several times. Could it be that King Xiang had a dream and the goddess had no heart? Not what? Yushu pretended to be puzzled. Aren't we sworn siblings?" Feng Xiaomiao stiffly changed the topic. "If you want to get married, how can I, Brother Rui, not be present?" I don't know where Ning Wang hid the person. He wouldn't hand the person over no matter what. It is really hateful." Yushu sighed, "Things are strange. It is useless for us to be anxious. It is better to quietly wait for news. Brother is a good person and will definitely turn misfortune into fortune." Chapter 774. On the first day of the second month, all the officials came to court. Ning Wang was relieved of his duties as regent. Prince Jing, Lu Tan, claimed to be ill and did not attend. The court meeting was jointly presided over by Prime Minister Xue and Prime Minister Yin, with the Grand Supervisor supervising from the side. This was a clear and sunny morning, without the slightest sign of an impending rain. However, just as the sun rose from the east and the first rays of the morning sun sprinkled into the palace, the Hall of Supreme Harmony splashed with a scarlet-red light. The imperial censor Wang Jiao had committed suicide on the matter of appointing the crown prince and died on the spot. An imperial censor had died, and he had committed suicide at court. This was a major event. The words, appointing the crown prince, were pushed to the surface by this wave and could no longer be suppressed. Wang Jiao's body was carried away. The officials mourned for a moment before exploding. Someone took the lead and the others followed suit. Half of the officials took off their hats and asked for the crown prince to be appointed. Emperor Zhao Qing was not present. Who were they acting for? The first to bear the brunt was the powerful Grand Supervisor. Zhu Muzhao knew that today would not be a good day. His gaze swept across the people in the hall, pausing only on Xue Lingnan and Yin Tianhou. He nodded and said in a low voice, "Imperial Censor Wang is loyal, but he was too unyielding. I believe that if His Majesty knew of his ambition, he would be very grieved. If not for the fact that His Majesty is ill, we should have discussed the matter of appointing the crown prince long ago. As officials, we should be worried for the emperor. Why don't you all go back and think carefully before recommending a candidate for the crown prince? I will gather the memorials and head to Huajian Garden as soon as possible to ask His Majesty to make a decision." At this point, Zhu Muzhao finally relented. The officials all agreed and began to whisper to each other about the conduct of the princes under Emperor Zhao Qing and who was more suitable to be the crown prince. They completely forgot that someone had just died here. Yu Shu stood in a corner and watched all of this coldly, as if she was watching a joke. Xue Lingnan added fuel to the fire, Minister Yin looked on with folded arms, and the great Tiandao toyed with the civil and military officials in the palm of his hand. No one mentioned Prince Ning who had killed his own brother, no one mentioned Xue Rui whose whereabouts were unknown, and no one mentioned the long-delayed Donging subjugation war. She looked up at the empty dragon throne on the jade steps, and as she breathed, she could smell the decay of this court. After the court session ended, Yu Shu returned to the Kunling bureau. She first gathered a few of her subordinates and told them what had happened in the morning court session. During the court session, a censor died during the appointment of the heir apparent. Even though His Majesty was not present, this was the first death remonstrance in the Zhaoqing era. I believe that it will spread soon. Let me say the ugly words first. No matter how noisy it is outside, the people of our Earth Feather Bureau are not allowed to get involved. If anyone dares to form a clique for personal gain for the sake of wealth and riches, not only will they implicate their family and friends in the future, no one will be able to save them when they die. She looked at everyone's faces and saw one or two disapproving faces. She sneered and said, "That's all I have to say. Take care of yourselves." Then she left them behind and turned to enter the eastern pavilion. Wen Shao and silently followed and closed the curtains. As usual, he first poured tea for Yu Shu. Then he stood by the window and quietly observed the situation outside for a while. He saw people pulling and hiding in the opposite room. He turned his head and said to Yu Shu, "I'm afraid that some people will not understand Darren's good intentions." Yu Shu said, "Who cares about them? It's fine as long as my conscience is clear." Riches and riches were found in danger. She had once been like the people in court today. She had the intention to help the ruler fight for the throne and had been greedy for the merit of her son ascending to the throne. But this kind of greed, after she discovered the abnormality of the entire court, completely disappeared. The great Titian did not have a single soldier in his hands, but he controlled the aristocratic families of the world. This was tantamount to controlling the hearts of the people. He was the spokesperson of the emperor. No one in court could shake his position. Even the emperor himself had to be restrained by him. Then what difference did it make who was the emperor? They were all puppets. Yushu's warning to her subordinates in public could not be hidden from the great Tidian's ears. He felt that she had smoothed out her edges and corners and was a person with potential. Thus, he sent someone to find her and asked her face to face, "What do you think about today's court meeting?" Yushu did not know what his intention was. She lowered her head and looked at her feet. This lowly servant has only been in court for a few days. How could I dare to casually discuss the affairs of the country? You think too highly of me. Zhu Muzhao saw that she was pretending to be ignorant. The corner of his mouth curled up and he said, "The imperial censor, Wang Jiao, was the one who proposed to impeach you last year. Do you think that he is the kind of person who would use his life to remonstrate?" Yushu thought for a moment and shook her head. She was quite good at reading people. Wang Jiao was just an idiot who was blinded by fame and fortune. This kind of person usually cherished his life the most. How could he run away to seek death? Why don't you use your death-breaking strange technique to see who is behind this? She finally understood. Other than her identity as the person who broke her life, the great Tidian also valued her death-breaking strange technique. No wonder he told her so much inside information. It turned out that she had other uses for him. Yushu secretly sneered, but she had no choice but to pull herself together and feign civility with him. The death-breaking strange technique consumes a lot of energy. I just performed a divination the day before yesterday. I won't be able to perform it again within 30 days. In order to prevent the death-breaking strange technique from being coveted by others, she had already made it clear at the gentleman's hibiscus banquet that the death-breaking strange technique could not be abused. Otherwise, she would incur the wrath of heaven and cause endless disasters. Oh. Zhu Muzhao's eyes flickered. He smiled faintly and said, "I thought you used that to coax people." Yushu calmed her mind and raised her head to meet his eyes. She was not afraid that he would use the great insight technique to investigate her. She said concisely, "That's the truth." The 7 stars in Zhuge Tong's eyes were divided into 2. One was in Jing Chen's hand, and the other was in Yunhua's hand. The great Tidian definitely did not know that she also had a ring made from the 7 stars on her body. She could deceive his eyes and ears. Zhu Muzhao did not notice anything strange about her, so he could see that she was not lying. He shook his head in disappointment and said, "That's a pity." Yushu quietly heaved a sigh of relief. She did not want to become a minion of the great Tidian. "If you do not have any other instructions, I will take my leave first." Zhu Muzhao shook his head, but he did not intend to let her go so easily. Regarding the candidate for the crown prince, go back and draft a memorial to the throne. Submit it to me in 2 days. Yushu suddenly felt a headache coming on. She had never written a memorial to the throne before. Wasn't he deliberately making things difficult for her? She did not dare to play dumb with him anymore, so she had no choice but to agree to his request. "I will remember it. Go." Zhu Muzhao waved his hand and let her leave. He turned around and flipped open the document at the top of the jade table. There was a name list written in black and white on it: the 4th Prince Lu Si, the 7th Prince Lu Hao, the 8th Prince Lu Du, the 9th Prince Lu Tan, the 11th Prince Lu Yi, and the 12th Prince Lu Chan. He dipped his brush in cinnabar and first crossed out the names of Lu Si, Lu Hao, and Lu Yi. Lu Si and Lu Yi had been personally banished by Emperor Zhao Qing. The 2 of them had bad conduct and were not suitable to be the crown prince. Ning Wang Lu Hao had originally been the crown prince that Emperor Zhao Qing had favored the most. However, he had lost the initiative because of the 10th princess's case and could also be removed. As for the remaining 3, Lu Du was stupid, Lu Tan was weak, and Lu Tan looked like the most suitable candidate. However, he had the Shui family behind him and would cause endless trouble in the future. Zhu Muzhao thought it over and over. As he crossed out another name, he muttered to himself, "It is not easy to be the crown prince." After Yu Shu returned, she pondered over how to write the memorial. She was not sure if the great Tidian had a candidate in mind, so she did not dare to write carelessly. After thinking carefully, if she really had to recommend a crown prince, disregarding everything else, just based on the conduct and talent of the princes, there was no doubt that Lu Tan was the most suitable. However, the one who was the best might not be the one who had the last laugh. Didn't Yunhua say that when the former emperor was still alive, although the Prince of Xiang and Jinshang came from the same mother, his intelligence and talent were better than his older brothers? In the end, didn't the mediocre Emperor Zhao Qing become the emperor and the capable Prince of Xiang became an idle prince? Yu Shu could not think of a clue and was not in a hurry. She simply put it aside and waited for the great Tidian to ask her about it. After a night, the next morning, the Yu residents received an invitation from the Prince of Xiang's estate. The heir of the Prince of Xiang, Lu Jiong, was pregnant with Lin last month. On the 5th day of this month, there was a banquet at Dingbo Hall. Yu Shu remembered that Lu Jiong had not married yet, so how did he suddenly have a son? She asked Zhou Hu to go out and inquire about it. Only then did she find out that the newborn was born from one of Lu Jiong's concubines. However, this was the eldest grandson of the Prince of Xiang, so the significance was extraordinary. Usually, it was a scandal for large families to not have a wife and children, so they had to hide it. Only the descendants of the imperial family were born noble. For example, before the incident with the Prince of Ning, didn't he also have a concubine eldest son? For this reason, he held a banquet to announce to everyone. Originally, it was a very normal happy event, but Yu Shu became suspicious. She always felt that it was a bit unusual for the Prince of Xiang's estate to hold a banquet at this time. Until now, she still couldn't determine who the mastermind behind Jing Chen's dangerous encounter in the capital and the murder in the Imperial Historian's library was. Before they parted, Shui Rui had reminded her to pay attention when she returned to the capital. Whoever could monopolize the power was the traitor who obstructed the great disaster from entering the capital and attempted to kill the person who destroyed his life. However, she watched coldly. The person who monopolized the power was actually the great Tidian. Could it be that he was the one who wanted to usurp the throne? How could that be possible? If the great Tidian wanted to kill her, he would have already done so. Why would he wait until now? Yu Shu wasn't smart enough and she had no one to discuss it with, so she could only be careful and cautious. She didn't plan to attend the full moon banquet for the descendants of the Prince of Xiang, so she put away the invitation and asked Zhou Hu to prepare a congratulatory gift. She sent it to the Prince of Xiang's estate one day in advance and said that she was sick. On the 5th day of the new year, she didn't even go out. In the middle of the afternoon, Xie and Lu came looking for her. Yu Shu was feeding the birds in the garden and asked someone to bring her over. "I heard that you are sick. Aren't you fine? Why didn't you go to the wedding banquet today?" Xie and Lu was dressed delicately with a flower hairpin on her head and a jade belt on her waist. Her face was powdered and one could tell that she came straight from the banquet at Dingbo Hall. Yu Shu looked at her and shook her head, "Don't want to go." Xie Lu rolled her eyes and consoled, "Don't be too sad. Biaoge from the Shui family is such a smart person. Nothing will happen to him." She misunderstood that Yu Shu didn't attend the banquet because of Shui Rui's disappearance. Yu Shu sighed and hung the birdcage back. She pulled her to sit in the corridor and changed the topic. "I see that your face is rosy and happy. Did something good happen?" "Nothing is set. Don't talk about me, talk about yourself." "I just heard that you are going to marry academician Jing and was shocked." Xie Lu blinked and wanted to bluff her over. Yu Shu pinched her waist and threatened, "Don't try this. I am asking you. You don't want to say." Xian Lu was ticklish and giggled. She dodged her hand and begged for mercy. I'll say, don't scratch me. So she told her that today at Dingbo Hall, Xiang Wang Fei was the matchmaker and told her about the marriage in front of her grandmother. Which family's young master? Yu Shu asked curiously. Xian Lu shyly said, you should recognize him. He is the young master of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce. Yu Shu was very surprised. Of course she knew about the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce. Pei Jing was one of the managers there. The big boss was surnamed Gu and was a fortune teller in the early years of the De Yen examination. That young master had also heard of his name. What surprised her was that the Gu family couldn't even be called an aristocratic family. Even if they were rich, they were much worse than the Xian family. How could Xianya, that old fox, betroth her precious granddaughter to such a family? There must be another reason. You said that Xiang Wang Fei is the matchmaker. What's going on? Xian Lu said, I forgot to say that Gu Qi is Xiang Wang's adopted son. That's why Xiang Wang Fei was the matchmaker. So that's how it is. Yu Shu instantly thought of other places. Shui Rui once said that the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce had a backer behind them. It seems like this backer was Xiang Wang. Other than the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce, the Ministry of Concubines was also under the Xiang Wang Fu. Although Xiang Wang had no real power, with such a way to accumulate wealth, would he be willing to be an idle king? She regained her senses and interrogated Xian Lu again. Only then did she find out that she and Gu Qi had met once at the House of Treasures. After that, they met a few times and for some reason, they fell in love. Gu Qi was preparing to propose and Xian Lu was afraid that her grandfather would not agree to this marriage. Gu Qi, on the other hand, had his own ideas. On one hand, he told Xian Lu not to spread the news and on the other hand, he went to ask Xiang Wang to make the decision. Xiang Wang Fei was the matchmaker. Although old Tai Xian did not agree on the spot, it looked like she could not refuse. The Gu family was nothing but Xiang Wang was not someone to be trifled with. Xian Lu acting on her own like this, the elders would not be happy. When she returned home today, she would definitely be scolded. You said you came to visit the sick, I think you just ran to my place to seek refuge. Yu Shu first glared at her and then smiled, if you don't dare to go back, then stay here with me. Later, I will send someone to your house to inform you. When Xian de Ren's anger has subsided, then you can go back. Lotus Room, Xian Lu hugged one of her arms with a red face and shook it, I knew you are the best. Yu Shu narrowed her eyes and thought that later she would send someone to find Pei Jing and ask in detail what kind of character the young master of the Tai Hing Chamber of Commerce was. If he was a good person, then it was fine. If he was a bad person, then it would not be too late for her to send Xian Lu home. Xianya was so angry that his beard was crooked. Old Tai Xian Furen could only persuade her. This marriage is not very compatible, but Xiang Wang Fei personally asked, how can I refuse? Think on the bright side, the young master of the Gu family has recognized Xiang Wang as his Ifu. With such a backing, it is not bad. If Fei Fei marries into their family, she will not be mistreated in the future. What do you know? Xianya slammed the table, right now is the crucial time to choose the heir apparent. How can a daughter be randomly married off? Xiang Wang is clearly in the same boat as the Shui family. If you want me to betroth Fei Fei to his adopted son, isn't that the same as telling outsiders that our Xian family supports Prince Jing as the crown prince? If in the end, Prince Jing does not succeed, have you thought about what will happen to our family? Then tomorrow I will go to Xiang Wang Fu to seek an audience with Wang Fei and reject this marriage. Xianya furrowed his brows and nodded. Just as he was about to warn his wife, he heard a report from outside. Xiang Wangfu had sent someone to deliver a basket of red eggs, specifically for Lu Gunyang. There was a newborn at home. Using red eggs in return wasn't wrong, but why was it specifically for Xian Lu? Xianya felt it was strange and ordered someone to bring the basket of eggs over. He saw that at the top of the basket, there was a large and round red egg with the word "sheet" pasted on it. He picked it up to take a look and felt that the weight wasn't right. After a moment of hesitation, he smashed the egg on the table. The skin of the egg immediately broke, revealing a piece of paper. Xianya opened it in bewilderment. His expression immediately changed and his mouth was agape. It was as if his entire person had left his body. Lao Yi, what happened to you? Old Tai-Tai Xian Furen saw that something was wrong and asked worriedly. Too late, Xianya sighed as he fell back onto the chair. In his hand, he clutched the note and said to his old wife, "Don't be in a hurry to reject Fei Fei's marriage. Let me think about it." Chapter 775. Xian Lu stayed at Yushu's Fu for a night. The next day, he was taken back by Xian Tai. Yushu could see that Xianya had reluctantly agreed to the marriage between her and Gu Qi. Coincidentally, Pei Jing had sent her a letter early in the morning. It was a good thing that Gu Qi wasn't a second-generation rich kid. He had been traveling with his father's caravan since he was 10. Father Gu and Mother Gu had a harmonious relationship and the Gu family was a simple family. Xian Lu definitely wouldn't be wronged if she married over. After Xian Lu left, there were people from the Ministry of Rites who brought freshly made wedding clothes for her to try on. Originally, the wedding clothes had to be prepared by the bride's family, but the Great Commissioner had the Ministry of Rites prepare it according to the standards of the imperial family. So Yushu only needed to prepare a decent dowry and didn't need to worry about anything else. The official marriage document for Yushu and Jing Qin didn't go through Kunling Bureau. The Great Commissioner directly approved it and sent it to the Princess Fu. Yushu didn't even get to see it. The wedding date was set on the 6th of the 3rd month. She had to think of a way to drag it out for another 2 months. She couldn't let the Great Commissioner see that she was purposely stalling for time. This put her in a difficult position. Just as she was about to doze off, someone sent a pillow. A few days after the 1-month banquet for the descendants of Xiang Wang, Jing Wang Fu sent an invitation to Yushu. Jing Wang Fei invited her to the outskirts for a walk on the day of the flower festival. Yushu instantly had an idea. When she replied to the invitation, she wrote 2 long pages. In reality, it only had one meaning: let's go on horseback. Xia Jiangmin very quickly sent someone to send a reply. It also wrote a bunch of nonsense, but the meaning was very simple: okay. So on the 12th of the 2nd month, the weather was clear and the sun was warm. Yushu changed out of her winter clothes and wore a sturdy hu robe. Her hair was tied up high as she rode out the door in a heroic manner. Following behind her were her 2 armed bodyguards, Lu Hong and Su Qing. In the shadows, there were also the death guards that the Great Commissioner had sent to protect her. When they arrived at Jing Wang Fu, Yushu didn't enter. She had Lu Hong announce her arrival. A short while later, Xia Jiangmin came out with 2 maids. The Wang Fu had prepared comfortable carriages. There was also a coachman specially to lead the horses for Jing Wang Fei. There was also a team of bodyguards with spears on their backs. They were orderly and solemnly waiting outside the door, making Yushu and the rest look like outsiders. Xia Jiangmin lifted the curtain hat and smiled apologetically at Yushu. Yushu saw her dazzling beauty and Yushu had hurriedly left. She walked out and Yu Lu. So Yushu had time, Yu Lu. Shoo. He shoo. You didn't, you said. Yu Lu, Yu Shu, Shu Lu, Yang, Ya Lu, Yi Xia Shu, Ya, S Yen. Wang Yi knows that I'm going out, so he sent so many people to follow. Don't be offended. She didn't want Yu Shu to think that she was purposely putting on a show in front of her. And Yu Shu heard that something wasn't right. She pulled her hand and asked in a small voice, "Why are you like this?" Xia Jiangmin mumbled, "Jing Wang Fu is going to have a new person." Yu Shu frowned. The emperor is seriously ill. Jing Wang still has the mind to take a Jie. Xia Jiangmin shook her head. Not a concubine, a proper Ce Fei. Historically, the emperor had to personally choose a marriage partner for the princess, but the Ce Fei could freely choose. Xia Jiangmin and Lu Tan had only been married for half a year, and there was already a Ce Fei entering the door to fight for favor. It really wasn't a good thing. Lu Tan's identity meant that he couldn't be a couple with Xia Jiangmin for the rest of his life. Yu Shu wanted to help but couldn't. She could only comfort her. I think that Jing Wang isn't a fickle person. Even if there's a new person, he wouldn't be able to distinguish which is more important. Xia Jiangmin bitterly smiled. Do you know who the Ce Fei that is about to enter the door is? Who? It's the daughter of the Count of Zhongyang's Fu. Yu Shu raised her eyebrows in surprise. According to what she knew, the Count of Zhongyang's Fu only had one young miss who was yet to be married. You're talking about Rui Zizhu. This Rui Zizhu, she had almost been betrothed to Shui Rui. If Jing Wang really wanted to take Rui Zizhu as a Ce Fei, then it must be that the Zhongyang Fu and the Shui family had reached a secret agreement and Empress Rui had turned to support Lu Tan as the crown prince. That's her. Xia Jiangmin lightly bit her lips and asked her, even though I haven't seen this Rui Xiaojie, but I've heard that she has the countenance of a flower and the moon. She's a beauty that's 1 in 10,000, isn't that right? Hearing what she was worried about, Yu Shu laughed and patted her shoulder. If she's 1 in 10,000, then you're 1 in 10,000. In terms of appearance, Rui Zizhu was on par with Xia Jiangmin a year ago, but after Xia Jiangmin got married, she was like a blooming crabapple flower, growing more and more beautiful by the day. After seeing Xia Jiangmin's outstanding beauty, seeing other women, even if they were extremely beautiful, wouldn't be breathtaking. Really? Really, it's not like I haven't seen her before. Yu Shu smiled coldly. That Rui Zizhu looks soft and weak and easy to bully, but in reality, she's not easy to deal with. When she enters Jing Wang Fu, you just have to be careful. I know. You've mentioned it to me in your letters before. Last year at the Gentleman Hibiscus Banquet, she and Xuan Junju's group failed to frame you and instead got a bad reputation for being a talkative person. Xia Jiangmin curled her lips, her face full of disdain. Last year on the 6th day of the 6th month, in order to fight for the golden jade hibiscus lotus and obtain the right to decide their own marriage, all the scholars and beauties of marriageable age in Jing City were invited to the banquet to display their talents. Rui Zizhu took this opportunity to tell a story to frame Yu Shu. She accused her of causing the Ji family to be ruined and was an ungrateful person. Yu Shu waved her hand and said, "It's all in the past, let's not talk about it." After Xia Jiangmin complained to Yu Shu, her mood became a lot more cheerful. In reality, she had only heard a few days ago that Lu Tan was going to take a Ce Fei. At the time, she was heartbroken and had a few words with Lu Tan. In a fit of anger, she didn't care about anything else and sent an invitation to Yu Shu to invite her to go on an outing. Later, under the persuasion of her wet nurse, she took the initiative to admit defeat to Lu Tan and the two of them reconciled. In order to make her happy, Lu Tan didn't stop her from going out for a walk and only sent more people to protect her. When Yu Shu left in the morning, she was still fine. When she came back in the afternoon, she was limping on one leg. During the day, on the outskirts, when Yu Shu heard that Xia Jiangmin's horse was the Qianli colt that Prince Jing had gifted to her, her heart ached and she suggested swapping with Yu Shu. Of course, Xia Jiangmin didn't refuse. Who would have thought that after the Qianli cold gallop for a while, it suddenly went crazy and threw Yushu off. Luckily, she fell into the bushes and only hurt her leg, she didn't hit her head. Zhao Hui was in the rear courtyard checking Yushu's dowry list when she heard a servant report that Yushu had been carried back. In a panic, she sent someone to the medical hall to bring He Fangji back. When she rushed to the North Xiang and entered the door, she saw Yushu lying on the Luohan couch in the living room. Beside her, there was an exquisitely dressed matron who was pulling Yushu's hand as she spoke in a low voice. She only saw half of the glistening face and it made Zhao Hui stare in a daze. She then heard this beauty angrily say, "Don't worry, when I return, I will definitely investigate today's matter thoroughly and give you an explanation. To dare to drug the precious colt that Wang Yi gifted to me, someone is deliberately trying to harm me." When Zhao Hui heard this, her heart jumped and she guessed the identity of this beauty. She quickly came forward to pay her respects. "This commoner, He Zhao Shi, greets Wang Fei." Yushu and Xia Jiangmin turned their heads at the same time. Yushu had just called out, "Nyang," when Xia Jiangmin got up to support Zhao Hui. She softly said, "Foreign, quickly dispense with the formalities." Zhao Hui complied and moved forward to take a look. Yushu was in a sorry state. One of her legs was stained with blood as it was stiffly placed on the soft pillow. It seemed that the fall wasn't light. Xia Jiangmin saw that her lips were trembling and repeatedly apologized, "It's all my fault," causing the lotus root to fall off the horse. "The Tai will be here in a moment, please don't be anxious." Zhao Hui reluctantly nodded her head. She stroked Yushu's hair and softly asked her, "Where did you fall? How could you be so careless?" Yushu endured the pain and smiled at her as if nothing had happened. "It's just a sprained ankle, nothing serious." Zhao Hui couldn't ask too much in front of Xia Jiangmin. After waiting for a while, He Fangji ran back with a head full of sweat. Yu Xiaoxiu followed closely behind. When the two of them reached the door, they were stopped by the maids of Jing Wangfu. They announced their arrival before they were allowed in. Xia Jiangmin hid behind the screen. He Fangji didn't have time to pay attention to her. He first examined Yushu. The good news was that other than her leg injury, there were only a few scratches on her body. The bad news was that her left calf was fractured. She would need at least 2 months to rest before she could walk. When Yushu heard his diagnosis, she was secretly delighted. Zhao Hui anxiously paced around, afraid that it would delay her marriage. She pretended to be regretful and said, "If I'm like this, I won't be able to leave the house next month. I can only delay the wedding." Sometimes, being unlucky wasn't necessarily a bad thing. For example, today, when she suggested swapping horses with Xia Jiangmin, it wasn't on a whim. It was premeditated. Yesterday, she had Nbiki steal a bag of pepper powder and hid it in her sleeves to scatter it on the horse. When the horse got blinded, she would pretend to fall from the horse. This way, she could fool the eyes and ears of the great Tidian. Even if the whole thing reached his ears, he would only think that she was innocent and wouldn't suspect that she was deliberately playing tricks. Unexpectedly, before she could take out the pepper powder, the horse suddenly went crazy and rushed into the forest. She was quick-witted and fell off the horse's back with her hands on her head. She fell into a nearby haystack and happened to break her leg. He Fangji went back to the room to get medicine for the bruises. Yu Xiaoxiu volunteered to clean Yushu's wounds. After she washed and changed, medicine was applied and a splint was put on. Seeing that it was getting late, the attendant that Xia Jiangmin had sent to Jing Wangfu to find a Tai finally came back, but he didn't bring a Tai with him. Reporting to Wang Fei, Nubi returned to the Fu and couldn't find Tai Zhou anywhere. After asking around, Nubi found out that the Empress is ill in the palace. Early this morning, the people from the Imperial Hospital were summoned to the palace for a diagnosis. Our Wang Yi also brought Tai Zhou into the palace and hasn't returned yet. Hearing this, Xia Jiangmin's face darkened. She had a guess in her heart, but she didn't show it. She waved her hand to let them leave and then sat behind the screen in a daze. Yu Shu heard every word that was said. She thought about it and found an excuse to send Xiao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu away. She had an Beikue stand guard at the door before calling Xia Jiangmin out to speak. Clearly, today's matter is very strange. What are you thinking? Why don't you tell me? Don't go back to fight with Jing Wang and fall into someone else's trap. Xia Jiangmin gritted her teeth and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? What's there to think about? It's clear that someone dislikes me for blocking their path, so they thought of a way to harm me. If it wasn't for you blocking the disaster for me, the one who fell off the horse today would be me. Breaking an arm or a leg would be a light punishment. It would be best if I fell to my death. That would be what they wanted." Just as it was said that Rui Zizhu was going to enter Jing Wang Fu as a Ce Fei, there was someone who wanted to harm Xia Jiangmin, the officially married Wang Fei. Coincidentally, Empress Rui had summoned the Imperial Hospital for a diagnosis today. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Who wanted to harm Xia Jiangmin? The matter was clear. Yu Shu furrowed her brows, feeling worried for Xia Jiangmin's situation. Even though the Xia Jiang family was a noble family in the south, it was beyond their reach. They didn't have as solid a foundation as the Zhongyong Counts Fu, and they had an empress to keep watch. With that Rui Zizhu's background, she could be a proper Wang Fei. But now, she had to be a Ce Fei and be under someone else. How could the Zhongyong Counts Fu be satisfied? Their Rui family was probably hoping for another empress. "Calm down and listen to me first." Yu Shu's fingers tapped on her numb knees as she slowly said, "Today's matter, Jing Wang definitely doesn't know about it. Don't dislike what I'm saying. Jing Wang's shrewdness is very deep. Even if it was for that position, he would be in cahoots with the Rui family. He wouldn't let the Rui family step on his head and act like a tyrant. You are the Wang Fei that the emperor personally chose for him. Just based on this point, no matter what, he has to ensure your safety." Xia Jiangyin quietly let out a breath, some color returning to her face. Yu Shu's words hit the bottom of her heart. She wasn't afraid of anything else, she was only afraid that Lu Tan, for the sake of the crown prince position, would allow others to harm her. "So after you go back, you don't need to swallow your anger in front of Jing Wang. Just tell him everything that happened today in full detail and let him make the decision for you. Think about it, that horse of yours was given to you by Jing Wang, and the horse driver is also someone from your Wang Fu. From the time we left in the morning until the incident happened, there were no outsiders that came close to the horse. But something happened. This means that someone has already stretched their hands into your Wang Fu. Such a taboo, Jing Wang wouldn't tolerate it. Even if he doesn't fall out with the Rui family because of this, he would still remember it in his heart. You have to be smarter. Don't try to be strong in front of Jing Wang and only complain about your grievances. That way, he will feel guilty and be more considerate towards you." "I know," Xia Jiangmin nodded her head. Coming back to herself, she looked at her injured leg. Her eyes flashed and seemed to be brimming with tears. She swallowed a breath and held it back. She grasped Yu Shu's hand and said, "Ashu, it's a good thing that you helped me. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know who to discuss it with." Yu Shu looked at her pretending to be strong and didn't feel good. She had always been loyal, and Xia Jiangmin was no different from a sister in her heart. She could only blame herself for not being able to stand up for her. Xia Jiangmin sat for a while more before leaving to return to the Wang Fu. At night, Lu Tan left the palace. Once he returned to the Wang Fu, he heard the steward report that Wang Fei had met with danger today. Regardless of whether he was shocked or angry, he hurried to the Hoyuan. Xia Jiangmin's yard was quiet. He had originally thought that she had fallen asleep, but after entering the door, he detected that something was wrong. The room was cold and cheerless, the bed empty. He turned his head and saw a lonely figure curled up in the moonlight by the window. Min Min. Xia Jiangmin heard the voice and turned her head. Seeing Lu Tan, she hurriedly lowered her head and used her sleeve to cover her face. But she was still a step too late and he saw the tears in her eyes. He strode forward and lifted her chin without any explanation. Why are you crying? Xia Jiangmin shook her head. She wrapped a hand around his waist and buried her face in his chest. She said in a muffled voice, I'm not crying, you so wrong. I'm just a little scared. Feeling that she was trembling, Lu Tan patted her shoulder with some heartache. He comforted, I know what happened today. Min Min, don't be scared. Xia Jiangmin whimpered in a low voice, Mingyu is the horse you gave me. I don't bear to ride it. Today was the first time I took it out to play and something happened. Wang Yi, who really wants to harm me? I'm scared to death just thinking about it. You didn't see how badly Lian Fong fell. One of her legs was broken and there was blood everywhere. The doctor still hasn't arrived, so I don't know if she will be handicapped or not. I really don't dare think about it. If it wasn't for her, would I have broken my arms and legs today? Would I never be able to see you again? Wang Yi, let's not ride horses in the future, all right? Hearing this, Lu Tan's heart turned cold and hot. The arm holding her couldn't help tightening. After a moment of silence, he said, it was my poor arrangements that made you feel wronged. Don't worry, an accident like today will not happen again in the future. Xia Jiangmin bit her lips and stopped crying. Even if she had already expected that he would not pursue this matter, she still couldn't help feeling her heart turn cold for his fickleness. In order to fight for the position of crown prince, he would not have a falling out with Count Zhongyong's Fu. He needed the support of the empress. The Rui family must have been certain of this, so they dared to make a move against her. She lied. She wasn't afraid of breaking her arms and legs, she wasn't afraid of not being able to see him again. She was afraid that if she died today, he would marry someone else with a smile on his face. Without her, he would still be the high and mighty Prince Jing, but without him, she would be nothing. It doesn't matter if I feel wronged, but you have to be well. Xia Jiangmin whispered. Lu Tan could not see the ridicule in her eyes. He only felt that the little woman in his arms was too sensible, making him feel guilty and pitiful. He bent down to carry her back to the bed and wrapped a blanket around her cold body. In a soft voice, he said, don't think too much, you'll be fine once you sleep. I can't sleep. Lian Fong's injury is so serious, I can't feel at ease. Your Highness, can you send the doctor over to take a look at her tomorrow? All right. I won't dare ride a horse in the future. It's a pity about the 1,000-mile colt you gave me. It would be better to send it to the Lotus Room, otherwise I really wouldn't have the face to see her. It's up to you, go to sleep. Only then did Xia Jiangmin obediently close her eyes. Lu Tan waited for her breathing to stabilize and fall asleep before he quietly left. Once he left the yard, his face became cold. He called for a personal guard and ordered, poison all the servants in the stables, break their limbs and throw them into the northern mountain unmarked burial mounds. Good Rui family, good empress. He hadn't even become the crown prince and they were already scheming for the position of the crown princess. They didn't put him in their eyes at all, so hateful. He had to endure this first. There would be a long time in the future. On the second day after Yu Shu fell off the horse, two Tai came to the Fu for a consultation. One was Shou Tai of Jing Wang Fu and the other was a rare guest. When the great Tidian heard that she had met with an accident, he specially sent his son to visit her. Zhu Qingjue didn't exchange greetings when he saw her. After sitting down, he removed the wooden plank that held her leg in place and threw it to the side. Ignoring Yushu's objections, he insisted that she wash off the medicine that Fengji had applied. He took out a box of black ointment that he had brought and applied a thick layer of it. Then he wrapped it in a thin gauze. Finally, he warned her, "Don't touch water, don't go to the ground, and don't eat anything that smells like meat. I'll come every 7 days to change your medicine. At most, after 49 days, you'll be alive and kicking." Yushu had hoped to lie in bed for a few more days. Hearing him promise like this, she wasn't happy. Her mouth wasn't serious as she said, "Then I really have to thank you." Zhu Qingjue's eyelids moved up as he said, "I heard that you're about to get married, why aren't you celebrating at all? If you broke your leg before getting married, would you be happy?" Yushu had helped him before, so the two of them could be considered to be friends. Thus, she didn't speak politely to him. Zhu Qingjue shook his head, "I'm afraid it's more than that. Xue Qingbi's whereabouts are still unknown. Do you still have the mood to get married?" Yushu was too lazy to answer this question. She closed her eyes and waved at him to send him off. Where did this gossipy woman come from? You're so noisy that my head hurts. Go, go. Zhu Qingjue snorted coldly and stood up to leave. When he reached the door, he stopped and turned to her. "In fact, your injury is not serious. My father wants me to cure you as soon as possible. If I use the secret bone-breaking ointment of my sect to set your bones, you can walk in half a month. But I can see that you are unwilling. This time, I'll treat it as returning the favor. When I go back, I will cover for you in front of my father. He has never used his great insight technique on me. You, take care." Yushu's lips moved. A soft, "many thanks" was much more sincere than before. So when Zhu Qingjue replied, the wedding date of Yushu and Jing Qin could only be postponed. Because the 4th month was the Yin moon, the yang did not exist alone, affecting the 2's 8 characters of the 8 trigrams. So it was changed to the first day of the 5th month, before the day of sacrifice of the divine ancestor. While Yushu was on leave to recuperate, several major events happened in court. The first was the recommendation of the crown prince by the officials. Among the princes, Prince Jing Lu Tan had the highest support. Of course, the 8th prince and the 12th prince also had a few supporters, but they couldn't compare to the sinful Ning Wang. On the 3rd day of the 3rd month, the Shangxi festival, hundreds of scholars and guests gathered outside the office of the imperial household. Among them were many commoners who came to watch the commotion. A few of the leaders shouted for Ning Wang, blocking the entire street. The crowd was so excited that they almost smashed the door of the office of the imperial household. The commotion here was too big and alerted the patrolling Jinwu guards. Without a word, they tied up and gagged the loudest people and took them away on the spot. The rest of the people scattered and left. Later, after an investigation by the Jinwu guards, they found out that the leaders of the troublemakers were the retainers of Ning Wangfu. The commander of the Jinwu guards, Zhou Yede, threw them into jail without a word. He didn't beat or scold them. They were to be locked up for a few months first. From the beginning to the end, Prime Minister Yin, as Ning Wang's maternal grandfather, didn't show up to support Ning Wang to be the crown prince, nor did he have the intention to clear Ning Wang's name. Instead, he closed the door and refused to see any visitors. In the middle of the 3rd month, the Grand Advisor brought a carriage full of memorials to Huajian Garden to see the emperor. Accompanying him was only the Empress Phoenix carriage. A few days later, the Grand Advisor accompanied Empress Rui back to Jing. At the same time, he brought back an edict from Emperor Zhao Qing, to appoint the 9th Prince Lu Tan as the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace. His mother, Xueshi, would be promoted to Imperial Gui Fei. In addition, left Prime Minister Yin Tianho would be appointed as the Crown Prince's Grand Tutor. Chapter 776. In the third month, the Crown Prince's coronation ceremony had not yet been held, but the official's jade archive had already been completed. Lu Tan was now the rightful ruler of the East Palace and took on the responsibility of regent. Unlike Prince Ning, who did not do much after gaining power, on the first day Lu Tan sat in court, he dealt with several important matters that had been delayed after Emperor Zhao Qing fell ill. The first matter was Prince Dongjing's defiance of the imperial edict, delaying the war against Dongying. In court, Minister Yin took the lead to protest against Prince Dongjing's victory. It had been 4 months since the imperial edict was issued in December last year, but the Northeast Army had no intention of going to war. In these few months, the Wokou pirates along the coast of the East Sea wreaked havoc everywhere, robbing ships and killing fishermen. Because they were elusive and difficult to capture, the people along the coast were in a state of panic. They all reported to the capital and described the bandits. Just as Minister Yin said, the Wokou pirates are so arrogant that we cannot ignore them. Prince Dongjing's defiance of the imperial edict must be punished. After the court discussion, Lu Tan appointed Xing Mingji, the assistant minister of war, to go to Ningdong to investigate the reason for Prince Dongjing's defiance of the imperial edict. He was escorted to the capital. As for the bandits, Shuo Lingnan proposed to set up guard stations in Jianing, Guangzhou, and other places. Each station would incorporate 3,000 sailors to patrol the sea and eliminate the bandits. The last matter was the case of Prince Ning killing the 10th princess. In the name of Emperor Zhao Qing, Lu Tan ruled that Prince Ning, Lu Hao, was stripped of his title and sealed off his mansion. The 7th prince, Lu Hao, and his family were sent to Pei County to be imprisoned. As for concubine Yin and the Yin family, they were not implicated. Yu Shu stayed at home to recuperate from her injuries. She didn't step out of the house and couldn't move her legs, but her ears weren't idle. She sent Su Qing to the imperial astronomer's office every few days so that when he came back, he would know what major events were happening in the court. When she heard that Lu Tan had been crowned the crown prince a month ago, she was really surprised. But after thinking about it carefully, she realized that it was reasonable for Lu Tan to win in this game. Lu Tan had been back in Jing for 2 years. His reputation at court wasn't bad and he had some reputation in the countryside. Once Ning Wang fell, he would stand out. With the support of Shuo Lingnan and Rui Empress, if he wasn't made crown prince, it would be hard to convince the masses. However, Emperor Zhao Qing was already suspicious of the Shuo family. Moreover, he was not on good terms with Shuo Lingnan. How could he allow the Shuo family to grow? Therefore, the Grand Advisor and Rui Empress went to Huazhen Garden to ask for a decree in exchange for Lu Tan to become the crown prince. Prime Minister Yin made him the Grand Tutor. This was to suppress Shuo Lingnan and also to warn Lu Tan. The only thing that puzzled her was Prime Minister Yin's indifferent attitude towards Prince Ning. Was Prime Minister Yin not worried that after Lu Tan succeeded the throne, the Yin family would not have a foothold in the court? Miss, someone from the Eastern Palace has come. Axioner reported from outside the door. Yu Shu gathered her thoughts and changed her sitting position. And Biki went into the room and took out a blanket to cover her legs. She still looked as though she couldn't walk. A short while later, Axioner came in with a palace maid wearing a yellow dress. This was Xia Jiangmin's dowry maid, Dan Gui. Half a month ago, when Lu Tan had entered the Eastern Palace, Xia Jiangmin had moved from Jing Wangfu to the palace. Newbie greets official Yu. Dan Gui wasn't surprised by Yu Shu's bedridden appearance and sweetly bowed to her. She then stood up and said with a smile, "The magnolia blossoms in the imperial garden have bloomed and the imperial kitchen has made a white jade crisp. Nyang Nyang found it delicious and had this servant bring a box over for you to try." Lu Tan had become the crown prince and Xia Jiangmin's status had risen with him. Even though she hadn't been officially titled as the crown princess, there was already a group of people in the palace trying to curry favor with her. It was said that people were in high spirits when faced with happy events. Even the palace maids by Xia Jiangmin's side were a bit more reserved when they spoke. "Many thanks, Nyang Nyang, for thinking of me," Yushu readily said Nyang Nyang, and had Nbiki take the box of pastries. She didn't taste it on the spot but put it next to her hand. She turned her head to Dan Gue and said, "The doctor said that I will be able to walk in another half a month. At that time, I will go to the palace to visit the crown princess." Dan Gue had a regretful expression and said, "The 9th of next month is an auspicious day. The imperial secretary has chosen that day as the crown prince's coronation ceremony. All the civil and military officials have to go to the palace for an audience. It's a pity that official you can't go." Yushu also pretended to sigh. She asked her a few more questions and then had Xaner take her to the garden to play. At this time, she opened the food box and smelled a fragrant aroma. She saw a plate of snow-white pastries. She casually picked up a pastry and put it in her mouth. Then she skillfully pried open the bottom of the box and took out a letter. She tore it open to read. In the letter, Xia Jiangmin said that a few days ago, the empress had brought her niece, Rui Zizhu, into the palace to keep her company. So Lu Tan had accidentally met Miss Rui in the imperial garden. Coincidentally, Xia Jiangmin was also there and she finally saw the other's true appearance. What made her secretly happy was that Lu Tan didn't have any interest in the beautiful Miss Rui. Even after he returned to the palace, he took the initiative to mention the empress's arrangements to Xia Jiangmin. After the coronation ceremony, Rui Zizhu would enter the Eastern Palace as a Liangdi. Although her status was only second to her, the crown princess, she would never be able to surpass her. AI. This time, Yushu really sighed. She seemed to see Xia Jiangmin stepping into the harem in a storm of blood, never to return on the road of fighting for favor. "Go get some water." She lifted the blanket and moved her legs off the soft couch. Stepping steadily on the ground, she held Nbiki's hand and slowly walked into the inner room. With Zhu Qingjue, the heir of the king of medicine, treating her, she could walk a few days ago. It was just that her legs were a bit weak. Yushu cleaned her hands and burned incense. She first divined for Xia Jiangmin. As expected, after she entered the palace, her future became dangerous and unpredictable. There were many villains causing trouble and she would not have peace. But because of this, her fate shot up to the sky and became indescribably noble. If her life was not in danger, she had the sign of being the mother of the world. When the incense burned out, Yushu used the time of calamity to calculate the time of the crowning ceremony. She even calculated the day when Rui Zizhu would enter the Eastern Palace. Then, she recorded the 2 minor tribulations on a piece of paper. She sealed it in an envelope and put it back in the box of snacks that Xia Jiangmin had sent. She had Nbiki take it to the garden to find some sweet osmanthus and have her bring it back to the palace. In a situation where she could not even protect herself, Yushu could only do this much for Xia Jiangmin. The registrar's office finished making the plaque and sent it to the U residence. As the chief official of the registrar's office, Xanya sent someone to pass a message to Yushu, saying, "On the day that the plaque is unveiled, this old man will definitely be there to congratulate you." This was clearly a favor to Yushu. Yushu was an illustrious teacher. However, many people did not approve of her claiming to be an aristocratic family. At this time, Xanya, as the head of one of the 12 aristocratic families in Anling, was able to stand up for her. Even on the day that she officially hung the plaque, at least she would not be a joke. Although Xanya's character was not good, there was nothing to say about his way of doing things. Yushu had to accept his favor and sent someone to thank him. She was still pretending that her legs were inconvenient, so the day of hanging the plaque had to be postponed. The invitations were all prepared, and once the crowning ceremony of the crown prince was over, she would announce to the public that they were an aristocratic family. The interior of the forgotten aircraft building had been transformed into a Grady shop. Guade transferred a sum of money from the Southern Forest timber shop to her. Everything was ready, and the only thing left was to open the door to receive guests. In the blink of an eye, it was April. The deadline that Shui Rui had agreed on with her was approaching, but there was no news from him. She could only calculate whether he was safe or not from the divination. On the 6th day, people from the Ministry of Rites and the princess residence came to send the betrothal gifts. He Fangji and Zhao Hui came out to receive them. Looking at the continuous flow of betrothal gifts, they once again realized that Yushu was not marrying into an ordinary family. Yushu received the list of betrothal gifts, glanced at it briefly, and threw it aside. She did not let anyone put the things on the list into her private collection. Instead, she opened another 2 storerooms at the side of Yongchen Yuan and locked all the betrothal gifts from the princess residence in them, so that they could be returned in the future. On the 9th day of the 4th month, the crowning ceremony was held in the palace. Lu Tan sat firmly on the throne of the crown prince. The next day, the imperial Gue Fei gave birth to a little princess, who was 19 years old. Yushu recuperated for a full 2 months. When spring came, she returned to the Celestial Commissioner office. When she was not there, Wen Shao and would send the official business of the Kunling Bureau to her residence if she needed to personally review it. Sometimes, Xiaolan and Ren Jia would go with her to visit their superior and report on their work. The second floor was always empty. When Yushu heard from Wen Shao and that Jing Qin did not appear much in the past 2 months, she suddenly realized that ever since she and Jing Qin were engaged, the two of them had not seen each other. Even when she was injured, he did not come to see her. Yushu felt it was a bit strange, but she did not think too much about it. After staying in the Kunling Bureau for a while, she took the initiative to see the head supervisor. When she arrived outside Taishi Pavilion, there was a rare guard who stopped her at the end of the bridge and did not let her go over. The head supervisor is currently receiving guests. Official Yu, please wait here. Yushu waited at the end of the Juku Bridge. Looking at the colorful lake, she could not help but be in a daze. In another half a month, the date of her and Jing Chen's wedding would arrive, but there was no news from Shui Rui at all. She guessed that he must have gone to Tranquil Winter City and joined the Prince of Dongjing's side. She wondered what kind of brilliant plan he had up his sleeves that could make Grand Tidian give up on forcing her and Jing Chen to conceive the grand bone of destiny. Official Yu. The guard called her softly. She looked up and saw 2 people walking over from the other end of the bridge. The elegant one in a purple robe was naturally the head supervisor, and the one next to him was an old man who was half a head shorter than him. She could recognize who he was just by looking at his clothes. There were only 2 people in the court who could be personally escorted out by the head supervisor. If it was not Xueling Nan, then it must be Yin Tianho. As expected, as the 2 approached, Yushu saw Prime Minister Yin's amiable face clearly. No, it should be called Grand Tutor Yin now. Yushu pulled her sleeves and bowed to the ground. Your humble servant pays her respects to Grand Tutor. The Crown Prince's Grand Tutor was the future teacher of the Emperor, so he should be respected by the world. Even the Crown Prince had to greet him when he saw him. Yin Tianho was the curse that Emperor Zhaoqing put on Lu Tan's head. Yin Tianho stopped and looked at her with a smile. He nodded and said, "Oh, it's Messenger Yu. I heard that you hurt your leg some time ago. Is it better now?" Yushu was flattered and said, "It's all thanks to Imperial Physician Zhu's miraculous medicine. Your humble servant is fine now." Yin Tianho seemed to be asking casually and did not care about her. He turned to Zhu Muzhao and said, "As the weather warms up, my knee begins to hurt again. Let Qingjue come and take a look at me another day. Let my old bones endure a few more springs and summers." Zhu Muzhao said, "Let that boy go tomorrow." Yu Shu saw how casual the two were. It was not difficult to guess that they had a good relationship. After Yin Tianho left, Zhu Muzhao called Yu Shu into the building. "Have you recovered from your injury?" "Yes." "Have you heard about the recent events in the court?" "I know a little." Zhu Muzhao led her to sit by the window facing the lake. There was a palm-sized purple clay teapot on the tea table. At first glance, it looked no different from an ordinary official kiln. But if one looked at it for a while, they would find something special. The round and small body of the teapot was carved with a pair of yin and yang fish. There was a shallow layer of tea at the base. The two small fish seemed to suddenly come alive when they got the water. One of them was in the light and the other was in the dark. It was really a wonderful work. Zhu Muzhao saw that she was secretly looking at the yin and yang teapot on the tea table as she answered, like a child who saw something rare. His face softened a little and said to her with a smile, "This yin and yang teapot was the proud work of old academician Axane. When the tea is poured into the teapot, you can drink it after a while. It has a magical effect of improving the mind. You might as well try it." The old academician Axane he mentioned was not Axania, the left magistrate of the secretariat, but Axania's father, old master Axane, who used to teach in the Taisho Shuyuan. Yu Shu had originally come here to show off her cleverness, so she followed his words and poured herself a cup of tea. She didn't feel anything at first, just a little less bitter than ordinary tea. But after a short while, she clearly felt a wisp of cool air rushing to the top of her head, and she also became clear-headed. This feeling made her think of the imitation Tai Chin cauldron and Tihu incense, which were both from the Axayan family. Both of them had the same effect through different means. She had a small book of wonderful and rare objects given by the Axayan family. There was no record of this yin and yang teapot in it, so it must be a secret of the Axayan family. The first day of next month is the wedding day for you and Jing Qin. Be careful and don't make any mistakes. Zhu Muzhao urged her like this, not mentioning the changes in the court. Yu Shu put the teacup back in its original place. She looked at his confident expression and pretended to be curious as she asked, "I heard that the crown prince sent someone to Ningdong City to denounce him and wanted to escort Prince Dongjing back to the capital." Zhu Muzhao said, "Jiang Huaying disobeyed the imperial edict and should be punished severely." Yu Shu looked hesitant. Since Prince of Dongjing has the intention to rebel, how can he be arrested without putting up a fight? What if he refuses to return to the capital? Everyone has the right to punish rebels and traitors. It was an understatement, but Yu Shu felt a chill down her spine. The crown prince was just a puppet, and the great suggestion was the decision-maker of the court. Before Prince of Dongjing rebelled, the great suggestion identified him as a rebel. It seemed that he had expected this day. Did he also know that Shui Rui took Yunhua to seek refuge with Prince of Dongjing? Why did she feel that the great suggestion meant something else? "What are you worried about?" Zhu Muzhao asked suddenly. Yu Shu coughed to cover up her uneasiness. She said hesitantly, "It is said that Prince of Dongjing has 200,000 soldiers and horses under his command. The Northeast Army is brave and good at fighting. They can often fight 3 enemies on the battlefield. It will not be easy for the court to subdue him." However, Zhu Muzhao smiled at her as if he had a plan in mind, and said nothing more. Yu Shu was afraid that he could see that she was trying to get information from him, so she did not dare to ask any more. She sat quietly for a while and then got up to leave. Ningdong City was backed by 2 rivers and on one side by a mountain. It was a place where the military always won. Since it was built 200 years ago, it guarded the border of De'an, repelling the Tartars in the north and threatening the sea in the east. It could be said that De'an's nearly 100 years of peace and prosperity were due to the Northeast Army of the Jiang family. After the Qingming festival, the the north gradually warmed up. The barracks stationed outside Ningdong City all year round began to drill early in the morning. The wide drill ground was densely packed with heads, but under the command of the instructor, they raised their shields and brandished their swords in unison. It was an impressive sight. Ha! Shaw! A group of people stood on a high platform in the distance and looked at the scene. The man in the lead was 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a majestic figure. He wore a soft armor made of pure gold and wore an eagle feather crown on his head. He looked handsome and extraordinary, but there was a scar at the end of his eyebrow that added some killing intent to him. This man was Prince of Dongjing, Jiang Huaying. Second brother, look. The Saber and Shield Battalion has been trained according to your requirements. In another month, they will be able to fight the enemy. Jiang Huaying pointed at the soldiers below the platform and said in a loud voice. Beside him stood a handsome young man. He wore a green Confucian robe and his black hair was tied up casually. He looked like a defenseless scholar, but there was an awe-inspiring aura between his eyebrows that was different from ordinary people. This young man, who Jiang Huaying called second brother, was Shui Rui, who had escaped the imperial court's pursuit 2 months ago and came to seek shelter. The Northeast Army has a lot of cavalry. If the imperial court sends troops to suppress us, there will definitely be a large number of archers targeting our cavalry. Big brother doesn't want to be afraid of the slightest thing, so you need this Saber and Shield Battalion to attack and defend. Jiang Huaying nodded in agreement and turned to look at him. He asked with bright eyes, when can the cannons you showed me last time be used in large quantities? Shui Rui smiled and said, soon. My foster father is in the Divine Arms Battalion all day long. Once there is any progress, he will inform Big Brother. Jiang Huaying patted his shoulder happily and said with affection, come, let's go to the Golden Spear Battalion to take a look. You can exchange a few moves with me. Who knows, I might need you to lead the troops into battle in the future. Don't slack off. As the two of them spoke, they went down the high platform. While they were discussing the matter regarding the stockpiling of provisions, a fiery red steed suddenly charged over from the opposite side and stopped abruptly in front of them. Jiang Mia wore a beautiful riding attire and sat on the back of the steed. She carried a curved bow on her back and held a long whip in her hand. She glared at Shui Rui fiercely with an expression as if she was going to denounce him. We agreed to go hunting with me today. I've been waiting here and there, so why didn't you come? Shui Rui raised his head and glanced at her. He said with a faint smile, when did I agree to go hunting with you? It was all your own decision. You. Seeing that he didn't know what was good for him, Jiang Mia angrily waved her hand and was about to lash him with her whip. However, Jiang Huaying reacted quickly and snatched the whip from her hand. He reprimanded her sternly, this is a restricted area of the barracks, not a place for you to flaunt your prowess. Shining is also your elder brother. How did I teach you? When Shui Rui came to seek shelter, he naturally changed his appearance. He no longer used his original name, nor did he use the alias Chao Zixin. Instead, he used the name of his birth mother, Madame Han, to call himself Lu Shining. Having her whip snatched away by her elder brother, Jiang Mia angrily glared at Shui Rui a few times before pulling the horse's head and galloping away. Jiang Huaying sighed at her retreating figure. He turned back to look at Shui Rui's expression and said hesitantly, it's all my fault for spoiling her. Don't be fooled by her fierce attitude towards you. In fact, she likes you in her heart. That's why she doesn't know how to treat you. Are you really not going to reconsider what I said to you last time? Elder brother, Shui Rui interrupted him and bluntly said with a frown, don't mention this matter again. I bear the grudge of my father's death. If I don't break and ling, I will never marry. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.